prayers.
Almighty God, who in infinite and prudential goodness has appointed of leaders and the parliaments for the society and just government humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom have been pleased called the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings stand upon the here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and cause the all matters shall come under deliberation, in so just and fair manner promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their church.
Amen. Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I welcome you to this afternoon sitting, today's sitting. My communication is not much today. Honorable, it must be very lonely there. You make quorum that side. Thank you. Honorable members, our colleagues, the Honorable Dr. Rutahigwa, Elisa, MP, Rukunjiri Municipality, Honorable Moloni Irene, MP, Bulambuli District, Honorable Mugabi Muzale Martin, MP, Buzaya County in Kamuli District, have in the recent past lost their beloved parents. Honorable Chinobere Habat, MP, Chibuku, and Honorable Orono Derek of Gogonyo County have lost their brothers. And remember, the country has lost as well Dr. Joseph Biamogisha. Those of you who were in the legal world, you would know who Dr. Biamogisha was. A legal colossus and a former president of the Uganda Law Society. Honorable members, join me in commiserating with the said honorable members and the family of Dr. Joseph Biamogisha for the loss of their loved ones. We pray that the Almighty strengthens their spirit and faith. For these and those who have also departed, and we may know, we may not know, let's rise and observe the moment of silence.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Honorable members, the 23rd National Prayer Breakfast will be held in a scientific manner on Friday, 8th October 2021, and will be held at State House Entebbe, starting at 7 a.m. The theme of this year's National Breakfast is responsibility before God and man. The keynote speaker will be Professor Visal Mangalwadi. Guest of honor will be His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and the host will be Jacob Olanya, except that I'll be hosting at State House this time. Due to COVID pandemic restrictions and the need to accommodate other branches of government, the business community, civil society, and the international guests, Parliament will be represented by a limited number of members. And we seek for your understanding on this. And there's no particular criteria. I was not even involved in the selection of the members who will be participating at Entebbe. Arrangements have been made in place for a satellite center at the Parliamentary Conference Hall to enable other members and guests to participate in the National Prayer Breakfast. In addition, the country and the world will follow the event through the streaming Zoom and other media. Honorable members, did they give me the right communication? And other media platforms. I think it ends there. Thank you very much. Now, honorable members, I'll use my prerogative to alter the order paper to accommodate a statement from the Honorable Minister of Security. If you recall, there was a statement made by the Shadow Minister on this thing of electronic tracking. And I'd asked the Honorable Minister to respond today with a statement. And therefore, it was not reflected on an order paper, but it had scheduled to be today. So the statement is ready. So I'll call the alteration of the order paper for the clerk later to call this matter so that we can handle it as well. I'll also alter the order paper to accommodate three additional bills, which were not in the order paper, which were brought after the order paper had already been published. As you can see on the order paper, we have 3 bills, but I received 3 additional bills, which should be handled as well today, and the ministers are aware. One, I have the Physical Planners Registration Bill 2021. I have the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2, the Supplementary Appropriation number 2 Bill 2021, and then the Supplementary Appropriation number 3 Bill 2021. So these 3 bills should be included on the order paper for first reading today, and the necessary guidance will be given to the committees on how to handle these bills. As you can see on the order paper, we already have item 1, the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill, which had been a subject of public discourse, and I promised the country that this bill will see daylight and come and we'll handle the expedition. They'll be giving guidance on how we handle these bills that were returned, and also bills that are coming for the first time. I'll be giving guidance on this. Honorable members, you will recall the events of yesterday in this house and outside this house. Concerns were raised about the rearrest of our colleagues, 2 members of parliament who had been granted bail, but they were rearrested. At the time of the proceedings, I was not yet briefed about what transpired before, but later when I left chambers, I was informed by the Deputy Speaker that actually she had received the summonses from the police indicating that the Honorable Segirinya Muhammad, MP, Member of Parliament for Kawempe North, and the Honorable Sewanyana Alan, Member of Parliament for Makinde West, were required. The details are here, signed by one Paulo Kato Tumuimbise, for Director of Criminal Investigations. This been brought to my attention early, would have not insisted too much on respect of the office of the Speaker in the process of handling members of Parliament. What that remains, they are dated 23rd September. When was 23rd? Today's what? 23rd September 2021, but we received them late, so the people who transmitted these documents kind of delayed. And as a result of what happened yesterday, I had a meeting this morning with the minister in charge for, with the government chief whip, the minister in charge of security, and the minister of state for internal affairs, all of whom are here. But the meeting was also attended by the leader of the opposition. We came to some agreements about how we handle this situation, which is a difficult situation. And we had agreed we would all be here. But just before I came, I received a phone call from the leader of the opposition indicating that he was not able to talk to his members. So he's bound by respecting the views of the members who had not consulted, and they took a decision that they were not yet satisfied, so they will not be coming to the house. I say I respected that, But I also told him, please be in a place where you can monitor, so that if the beginning, and now we discussed this thing and how it has been handled so far, is satisfactory to you, then you can join the House later. But he's standing by his colleagues, many of whom have gone to Masaka for the proceedings in court there. And we expect the Minister of Internal Affairs to be making a brief to Parliament immediately after my communication, because it's not on the order paper. Immediately after my communication, the Minister of State for Internal Affairs will make a comment on, will give us an update on how far we have gone with this subject. If it gives confidence to the people who have taken exception to a high level on the processes that happen, then we'll see that some of them will come. But if it doesn't, we'll also see what comes. And then I have some urgent matters. I don't know whether to deal with them now, because now this order paper is quite loaded to see what we can do. So, Honorable, let me deal with the minister, then I come to you, member for Germany. Honorable Minister, you want to speak? You want to speak at this time? Yes, please, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament, colleagues, members of Parliament. Following your meeting today, this morning, this is an update to the House regarding the matter of the two honorable members, the Honorable Alan Sewanyana and the Honorable Mohammed Segrinya, which for want of information, regrettably led to the walkout yesterday of members of the opposition. As a recap, Honorable Speaker, the two members of Parliament were arrested, charged, and remanded on the 7th September 2021. They got bail on 20th September 2021. However, in the course of the investigations, fresh information arose that warranted their rearrest, which was effected on 23rd September 2021 and 27th September 2021, respectively. Criminal summons in this respect were indeed issued to the office of the Speaker as procedure demands. They were held at Kireka until today, when they've been transferred to Masaka for production in court. The police, Right Honorable Speaker, is in touch with their lawyers who have been allowed access to their clients. The medical concerns of the Honorable Segrinya were also raised by your good self, and arrangements to allow him to be accessed by his doctors have been put in place. We shall exert our energies to ensure that all people, irrespective of their station in life, get just and equal treatment before the law through a speedy and fair trial process. That is the only way that the interests of and concerns of both the victims of crime, for whom the state is enjoined to legally revenge, and the alleged offenders can be assuaged through due process. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
And honorable members, in addition to what the minister said in our meeting today, it was raised that the condition, the health condition of the Honorable Segrinya is not that good. And the minister requested that if we as Parliament, as Speaker, can release our ambulance so that they don't handle it with the police ambulances and things like that. And they'll arrange with the Honorable Segrinya's private doctor that the parliamentary ambulance can go and pick the Honorable Segrinya and his doctor, and they take them for evaluation so that his condition can be, if he's not too well, it can be stabilized. But if whatever it is, they'll see how to medically intervene in case he's actually not feeling very, very well. So I granted that permission, and by now that the matter is here. If situations should arise, the Parliament van and the doctor therein, plus the doctor of Honorable Segirinya, will be meeting in Masaka and evaluate and see if there's need for evacuation or reference to another health facility, which they can then do in accordance with the terms that we agreed. Thank you. Yes, Remy, clarification from the speaker? From the statement of the minister, yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I don't need the guidance of the arrow boy, Honorable Cheru, to guide me on how to proceed on my matters.
Are you referring to Honorable Chweru?
Yes,
By
Right Honorable
any chance?
Speaker. He was heckling. Right Honorable Speaker, I listened very attentively in your communication. You said indeed the summons, the criminal summons had been presented to the office of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker. And Right Honorable Speaker, the minister in his submission, he said on being given bail, the honorable members, there was a need for their arrest. Now that means that they did not allow the full process of your office to serve these honorable members. And the question is, why didn't they allow that process to take place? If they knew they wanted to arrest them and they had the means to arrest them, why did they dupe your office that they were serving you with the criminal summons? Because ordinarily the criminal summons are supposed to be transmitted, Honorable Minister. If you knew that you had taken a position to arrest, why did you now want to involve the office of the Speaker? And yet you knew you were not sincere with those summons to the office of the Speaker. One thing can be deducted from that conduct, Honorable Speaker and members, is that the minister is saying that they are at liberty to arrest anybody without any due regard to the processes.
But Honorable, we know our rules on insinuation of motive other than good. So please, let's stick to the rules.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Why are you treating members now that you are here? Yesterday you were not here. Why are you arresting and then after you inform the Speaker? And yet the matter is the other way around. You inform the Speaker about the need for a particular member to appear before police and be able to answer questions that you may want a member to answer. I'm not saying that members of Parliament are above the law. That is not my position. All I'm saying is that why aren't you following the due process, the due procedures? And as we sit here, one of us, Segirinya, you are now realizing that his health deteriorated in the course of your arrest. Why are you putting the risk of the lives of members of Parliament of a matter that you would have handled in a civilized manner by following the due process? Why are you being high-handed when handling members? And yet you know you can also be here the same at some point in time. And we have seen it. We have seen it. Those who are tormenting members of Parliament and the public are themselves crying now. The Parliament, through its committee, went to check on the safe houses. And the then the former Director General of ISO, Kaka, brushed off the Committee of Parliament in a very unparliamentary way, in a very dishonorable manner. But he's now the one seeking for the protection from the same. So, Honorable Mhozi, when you stand here and you say, yes, you found it necessary to arrest without the due process, where do you think you are standing? Many ministers preceding you have ever stood here.
Thank you, thank you.
And have ever made the same statements.
The point is made, Honorable.
Can you therefore apologize to this House in the first place? Can you apologize to the Speaker and the House for your underhand methods and showing the force of law when you didn't need to do that? Can you therefore write to the Honorable Speaker, compel the minister to say sorry to this House And then he promises that this should be the last time such an act is being done. I propose, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister. The clarification was to the minister, not a request from the speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think I was clear. I said criminal summons were issued, and it is on record. The speaker acknowledged the same. Regarding my fate, I think Honorable Sechiko shouldn't blackmail me. I'll do my work the way I think it should be done, but we shall assure Ugandans and the House that due process will be followed in this case, and these members of parliament will be produced in court to stand a fair trial. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, the issue was, did you give the speaker the criminal summonses before the arrest?
They were.
And if not, why? And if it was wrong, apologize to us. That's what he was saying.
Transmission, sir, I think delayed, and I want to apologize for that, and we move on. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I thought this matter is closed. This matter is closed. Want to open it again? I think let's keep it this way. Yes. On what matter do you write on Rambayo?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my name is Esther Mbayo. A woman member of Parliament, Luka District. Right Honourable Speaker, I appreciate the fact that the matter has been closed, but the plight of members of Parliament should be respected. Right Honourable Speaker, a week ago, I was out of the country and I was called by some official at Chivuli, summoning me to go to Chivuli and make a statement. In my wisdom, I told him to summon me through my boss, and I told him my boss is the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament. Then he responded and said that it is a system which was and it is now not respected. So my issue is, are the officials at the criminal investigation department, do they know what to do or they don't know what to do? Right Honourable Speaker, shortly after that, you made a call to me. I still told you that I was out of the country, and when I come back, I'll be able to go and make a statement, but through the Speaker of Parliament. When I came to you, Right Honourable Speaker, you told me that the process of summoning a member of Parliament should be respected, and it's still in place. So my question is, do we have people in this country that respect the rule of law? Really, members of Parliament should be respected, Right Honourable Speaker. I felt it right to bring it on record, Right Honourable Speaker, because the way we are being treated is not the way a honourable member of Parliament should be treated. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbayo. I think you should have recounted the full story for the benefit of the members. As indeed, I received criminal summonses from for the Honorable Mbayo, and indeed I called her because she was supposed to. No, I'm just going to comment on what you have said. So please resume your seat. So I received the summonses like today when she was supposed to appear the next day. So I decided to call her. And then I found that she was out of the country. I think it was a Thursday. So I said, okay, since you are out of the country, or if they're still interested, they'll call you. They'll reissue. So I wrote back to the police. I said, the member you request, whose attendance you request for tomorrow is not in the country. She comes back next week on Monday. Please reissue the summonses if it is necessary. It's now over 2 weeks. I have not seen any further summonses to this effect. So the Honorable Bio has not been able to go and make a statement. Honorable members, these provisions of the law are not just decorations. They're for a purpose. And where systems are respected. And yesterday I said sometimes senior people issue instructions and the people implementing them fail to step them down for them to be within the law. But the person who issues the instruction ends up taking the blame. Ordinarily, even if you are to arrest a member of parliament, it should not be junior officers, should not be constables and things like that. It should be officers of a certain rank who should arrest a member of parliament. It's like for if you are going to if you are sending some soldiers to, God forbid, to bring General Muhoozi, you are not going to send the military police with no ranks to go and you will send a certain people who will come and say, oh, General, we are here, but we have to go. So that there is that rapport and respect for office and title as well. Because I think these are things we should know. And when we are passing these messages to the people going to implement our instructions, categorize them. A member of parliament should not be arrested by a police constable because for them, they don't know the rules. Even if they know, sometimes they exceed the limits. So these are things, that's why we say, once the speaker has given, ordinary, I can't even drive a member to CID. If I have a free time, I say, no, let's go. I'll leave you there and I come back. A member of parliament has nowhere else to go except constituency and here. So we should respect that. And when we issue these summonses, we should respect them. And when we call each member, we inform them, they come straight to police and record statement. If there's need for detention, now that follows from there. Outside the cameras, outside the public thing, the way this one was handled, General Muhoozi, was not right. It wasn't. I have seen the video clips. It was not right. It was not right. So these are things you need to change as we go along so that respect is given to each of the citizens of this country and they're treated fairly within the law. I watched the clip. I was very, very upset. But that's it. I thought I should say this for whatever it is worth because it shouldn't be happening. I'm not saying members of parliament are special, but they are members of parliament anyway. So to that extent, they are special because we only have 529 of us. There's no other outside this. So we're a special group of 529 people, including the speaker. So please, let's accommodate. And it helps. It helps. Eventually, we wouldn't have had this situation which we have had now. But let's see what we can do for business today. With those alterations in the order paper, we'll accommodate this situation. No further comment on this matter, Honorable? Is it the same matter? No, this one is closed now. The speaker has concluded this matter. Procedure?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
So have you forgotten that the Honorable Bio is female?
For the record, I'm Alepe Moses, Member of Parliament for Chekwi County, Kadam in Akapipi District. On the 12th September 2021, you afforded me an opportunity to raise a matter of urgent importance. Because on the 9th, the very month of September, a bridge had collapsed, had been washed away in my constituency on the Muyembe Nakapipit Road. On that very day, after raising that matter of urgent importance, the leader, the government chief whip, promised that there would be a response from government on the 22nd of September. That came to pass without any response. I wrote a letter to the Minister of Works, copying to your office, Right Honorable Speaker, copy to the government chief whip. And I'm surprised up to today, nothing has been done concerning that bridge. And I remember that very day, I clearly say that we have cut off 3 districts of Nabilatuk, Nakapriprit, and Amudat from Eastern Karamoja, from Eastern Uganda. And really the plight of the people is very deplorable because the people of Nakapriprit, Nabilatuk, and Amudat district, because of the situation of the looming famine, are really dependent on the trade traffic from Bali. Now they are in desperation. Now I want just to note something, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, procedure, you wrote on procedure.
Yeah, that similar tragedies have happened in this. Remember what happened in Kasese, and just a few days ago, something happened in Lango. There was even a chopper that took the Right Honorable Prime Minister. People of Chekwi and particularly Nakapripri districts are wondering whether they are really part of this country, because nothing is forthcoming from government. So I want to request you, Right Honorable Speaker, that really before we proceed with the matters of this house today, that I think it is just procedurally right for an answer to come from government on this issue. Thank you.
You already ruled. You see, honorable ministers, when members bring these things up, they are counting on you to help them deal with situations that afflict their people. Government chief whip, you made a commitment, a public commitment on the record. Where's the Minister of Works?
Right, Honorable, I request.
Honorable Ichwero was here now.
Yes, that's why I request in a few minutes, I'll ensure he's back. and
No, the
answers.
honorable member has said we should not proceed. I think it's borrowing from.
Right, Honorable, what I'm going to do. Oh, very good.
Honorable Musa Iswero, thou shalt not disappear each time a matter affecting you is about to come. The issue of the 3 districts of Nabilatuk, Amudat, and Nakapiripirit cut off by a bridge. 2 weeks ago, they raised the matter. The government chief whip said you would show up there. Nothing has happened.
Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, my apology. I've just been called by my senior colleague to give me an update on 1 or 2 things. And I apologize to the House. It was not deliberate that I stepped out when the proceedings were on. Right Honorable Speaker, the conditions of most of our roads in the country at the moment is not good, particularly due to the floods that are ravaging the entire country. What we have done as a ministry is 1, to mobilize culverts so that we can support the districts to ensure that most of the critical roads remain navigable. As for Karamoja, Mr. Speaker, we have had a discussion with one of our critical agencies, the UNRWA, to ensure that within the next few days, the connection between Namalu and the rest of the country is restored, even if it means to do some temporal intervention while major works are being planned. That is the directive that the ministry has given our agency, UNRWA. Mr. Speaker, in the next few days, it is true that I have been directed by His Excellency the President to go to Karamoja to meet the leadership of Karamoja, the leaders, the members of parliament, the local government leaders, and indeed the commanders of Uganda People's Defense Forces, so that among the interventions that my ministry is supposed to undertake there, some includes opening what we call security roads to facilitate the disarmament. So my plan was and continues to be, in the next few days, I will be moving when the members of parliament can avail me their time to meet with me in Moroto, together with the local leadership and the leadership of UPDF, so that we will talk about what has been affected by climatic conditions.
Can you quantify the next few days? I remember some leaders said, I'll come back, and then 2,000 years later, is not yet here.
My worry is telling parliament that I am going on Wednesday, then Wednesday arrives when I'm not ready. But I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, I left the ministry this afternoon when arrangements were being made to facilitate the process of this meeting, together with the management of the Karamoja ministry.
No, I'm not talking about your meeting. I'm talking about the bridge.
The bridge that connects Namalu, the bridge that is, Mr. Speaker, I will be able to inform this House when work will have started, but I'm sure that the minister of the agency, UNRWA, must have started doing work now, because the directive came 3 days ago. We gave them 3 days ago.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would want to seek your clarification, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, if I recall very well, the last time a member of parliament came here and had an issue on roads was about 1 week ago. And Honorable Minister, you still stood here in the same place and told us and the whole House that in a few days you are going to sort out the matter. So the clarification I'm seeking, because this has been the same statements and these roads are killing us. The clarification I want to seek from you, Honorable Minister, how long exactly, how many days does it take the ministry to give a candid response to a member of parliament, or to hold a meeting with a community that is affected, and then you give effective and timely answers to that particular community and that particular group of people? What particular time would you need? Because it has been a statement that has been ongoing, flat, and does not give us the exact answer and the comfort. So I would like to know how long exactly you need.
No, but in the case of the member for Chekwi, the matter was raised 2 weeks ago, Honorable Minister. 2 weeks ago.
Mr. Speaker, I will come back to this House tomorrow and indicate to the House the progress that has been undertaken.
No, we don't want you to come to the House. We want you to go and fix that bridge. Please, coming to the House is not helpful if people are not traveling.
Why I'm saying so, Mr. Speaker?
No, I'm saying you don't have to come to the House.
Yes, sir.
Just go to the bridge. Send your people there.
Mr. Speaker, my team will go to the bridge tomorrow.
Their action there will come to Parliament anyhow, somehow. Either we will come and say there's work. You don't have to come and tell us.
Thank you so much.
You have called the people.
Mr. Speaker, my team will be there tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the similar matter, urgent matters now. The member for Germany had an urgent matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The matter which is too urgent for the people of Germany is on the broken bridge of Iraji Bridge that has disconnected us totally from Pakele to Pabo and other areas which are total cut off Adidi Sukari, Apeni Ajeri, Olui, Oninyara. These people are totally locked down. So my prayer is let the 4 roads be worked on And on the bridge, it has taken 1 year. It has become a dead drop.
Honorable, I thought it was a similar kind of situation. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a Raj Bridge, I'm familiar with the situation in that bridge. While I was working in the office of the Prime Minister, the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, because it connects our refugee hosting communities, had given this bridge to an organization that turned out to be incompetent. The contract was canceled, and at that time, there was a promise by the United Nations through the office of the Prime Minister that they will review this. Mr. Speaker, I will look at what transpired, particularly between the UN and the teams that were supposed to work on this, so that we can see what happens.
Procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the procedural matter I'm raising is based on the minister's information, because the bridge he's talking about is different from what I've mentioned. So they all have the same name, but different at different places. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, my procedural information is about ministers' guidance on a wrong bridge, and yet my point of today is on another.
Can you now state the location properly for the minister's benefit?
Yes, the issue I've raised today is concerning the security road from Pakele to Pabo, where part of Eraji Bridge is cut off. But the one he has talked about is at a different location.
But it's not spoiled. Well,
Mr. Speaker, I think we need to get our act together, my humble self and my colleague. But the point is, we are going to also check with what's going on. And I am sure that this will be done. Government has a commitment to do all these bridges that we can make at least navigable. But again, the point I want to make very abundantly clear to honorable colleagues here. Right now, there are many roads, there are many bridges that are being washed off as a consequence of the flooding that is happening across the country. We will all, at all times, endeavor to make most of these roads at least navigable, but we may not be able to do so much work, particularly if they are totally inundated until the water subsides. That's the position.
thank you very much. Can we now go to the other paper?
Item 3.
Oh, there's a matter from Tororo District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. The matter I'm going to raise was raised before last year.
So it's
We
not,
are supposed to be having.
so it's not urgent.
It's very urgent, Right Honorable Speaker.
It was raised last year.
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, you are aware that we had lockdown because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as a result of that, the border, Malaba being a border town, was also closed. But later, Right Honorable Speaker, the country has been fully opened. Malaba, it was designed in such a way that small business people who do businesses that don't require declaration at the customs were supposed to pass through a certain small gate. However, Right Honorable Speaker, following the closure of our borders, this small gate was locked last year in April. Today, as we speak, Right Honorable Speaker, Malaba is a ghost town. The town council that used to collect revenue from the small businesses can no longer collect any revenue. People's livelihoods have been affected. The Ministry of Trade, where I wrote the letter initially, had recommended for the opening of that small gate. And they wrote to the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health also had no objection to the opening of this gate. Mr. Speaker, we have now been moving in circles between trade, health, then they say security, then it is RDC. I don't know who now has the key. The RDC last week told me it does not have the key to that small gate. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request, Right Honorable Speaker, that the responsible ministers do come in and open this small gate so that the small business communities can do business. Remember, the people from Kenya would come to Uganda to buy our food. Yes, it is there, it is designed, it was constructed in that way. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request that you direct the ministers for health and security to have our small gate, Right Honorable Speaker, opened so that people's livelihoods can be restored.
I'm about to find out from the government chief who has the key of the small gate. Tell us who has the key.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We shall have a meeting tomorrow to resolve this issue, and I invite Honorable Sarutin tomorrow at 10. We meet and we resolve this issue, Right Honorable. And we shall resolve issues of the key, Right Honorable.
Kumi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are aware I raised the issue of one road from Kumi to Ongino Hospital up to Akibe. Mr. Speaker, the hospital is completely cut off. On behalf of the people of Kumi, may I get clarification from the Honorable Minister of Works when work can take off along that road? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Let me, at the risk of sounding personal, and declare my conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. I will be passing on my way to Amuria. I will be checking on that road on Saturday. And because it is not very far from where I pass when I'm going to the constituency. So I had arranged to inform the honorable member if she can be kind to avail us time so that we can meet. I have mobilized the engineers of UNRWA and Works to accompany me through that road on Saturday as I go to the constituency.
So actually you knew the date when you are going. Earlier when you said you cannot tell us when you are going, now you have told us that you are going on Saturday. We have got the information final, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. Casilo, then I have Honorable Nangol.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matter I'm raising is of national importance. Over the weekend, Honorable Speaker, on the junction of Spear Motors to Tinder, or just opposite the IOV, some people decided to start erecting barriers on the land which is under the road reserve. UNRWA is also a wetland, which I remember in the last parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, you directed, when there was an attempt again to put up a petrol station here, you directed, and Honorable Biabagambe then sent a team and demolished the structures. Over the weekend, the same people have come down. I've cross-checked with KCCA. KCCA says we don't have any approvals for whatever is going on there. But the work, by yesterday, they have now encircled it with the mabatis, the iron sheets, the white iron sheets, including the extent now of wanting to demolish the KCCA street clock. There is a drainage, that place has a river stream flowing all the way across from the barracks, which joins to Pep Scholar. If this is allowed to continue, Mr. Speaker, we shall see floods along that area of Kiambogo, Spear Motors. It's also under the electricity waves. So we wonder how someone with the same mind can do that. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to pray to you that you do the same thing you did last time and direct the ministers responsible, the Minister of Works, Minister of KCCA, the Minister of Environment, Minister of Energy, to have these structures demolished. And they should not only stop at that. I think the person must be apprehended, including those, if at all he has a title. But for the approvals, I have confirmed from the Director of Fiscal Planning, whom I called this afternoon, says we don't have our project, we have not approved anything. At one time last year, they had tried to smuggle, we rejected. So he's doing that work illegally. But at the pace the work is going on, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, something needs to be done and must be done now. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this information is coming to me for the first time now. I will beg that the honorable colleague avails me adequate information after this sitting, and then I will take it up with my colleagues and see what intervention we can make very urgently.
You have all the information. It's opposite IOV. It's a swamp. It's on the way list for electricity. That corner, road reserve, that corner, road goes to Ntinda, road goes to Ginger, there. So you have all the information, Honorable Minister.
I have heard, Mr.
So
Speaker.
please act, and such areas should not be degraded, because if they are, then we are threatened.
Thank you.
Honorable Nangoli, procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, from the submission concerning building a petrol station, remember, Right Honorable Speaker, that a number of buildings in Kampala have collapsed, and KCCA has always come out to deny their knowledge concerning those buildings. The same matter is coming, and KCCA is denying knowledge concerning that petrol station. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right for the Minister of KCCA to come out with a statement concerning why in Kampala buildings and any other forms of infrastructure are being put up without the knowledge of KCCA, and KCCA is not acting? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, but it goes beyond that also, because you also have NEMA. Some of these things have to be with certification from NEMA that the environmental impact assessment report is approved by, and a certificate issued by the NEMA. So if it's in a dangerous place, wetland or things like that, they need to obtain this certificate from NEMA. But in the case of KCCA, approving, and I don't know whether they approve, but they say they don't know. I don't know what can we do. Call the ministry to make a statement about what? About things they don't know. I think the things the officer said they don't know, but then it calls into question the inspection arm of KCCA. Do they do proper inspection? I mean, if a building is coming up in the junction of a road near Spear Motors, IOV, would KCC not know? On the highway, we did not know. What has happened to the inspectors of KCCA who used to be there, and all these other activities? So if they deny knowledge, really, if it is some secret place in some tight place where nobody can reach, you would understand. But in public places, like I remember the one which was being done here at below Crystal Towers, the other side, on the road reserve at the roundabout, and somebody denies knowledge. So we need to see how to do this. But I will not solicit a statement from the minister to come and be doing this. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank Honorable Cooper for raising this matter. It has been a challenge where Ugandans just erect structures without necessary approvals. Last year, the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development brought here an amendment to the Physical Planning Act, and we indeed passed the amendment, and we strengthened the Physical Planning Board, which we also approved that should be given a secretariat. And as a matter of information, I think the secretariat is now being constituted and they are recruiting inspectors who are also going to be situated in different cities so that they work, like in the case of Kampala, closely with the KCCA to see that there is regular monitoring. And like what Honorable Cooper has raised, they should be able to detect these kind of structures which are being erected and corrective measures are taken even before Honorable Cooper has seen. So going forward, we think this function is being strengthened in the government, and we appeal to the public that there are laws, there are regulations, there are guidelines, that if you want to erect a structure, whether a fuel station or a building, there are procedures to follow, and people should not just construct anyhow. And therefore, we undertake, like the minister earlier said, to follow up on what Honorable Elijah Cooper has raised, so that if the construction is being done outside the regulations, then the corrective measures will be taken, and anywhere else in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I think let's go to the other paper now, Honorable, please. But they are not accepted. Next item.
Item 3.
Honorable Nangoli.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. For the record, my name is Nangoli Gerard, Member of Parliament, Elgo, North Bulambuli District. Honorable Speaker, I raise on a matter of national importance, urgent national importance, with the word urgent underlined. My people of Elgo North experienced heavy rains early this week, that's on 26th and 27th, that lasted for more than 8 hours each day. And as I talk on now, it has caused havoc to destroy the crops ranging from beans, matoke plantation, onions, cabbages, and maize. About 200 households have been affected in the sub-counties of Namisuni, Masira, Buginyanya, Bufumbo, and Sisi. All these people are locked out. They need some urgent attention. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that I request the line ministry, that's Ministry of Disaster, to come up with an immediate remedy for these people, especially 5 parishes of Gabgoto, Namezi, Namdongo, and Mabono. These people are on my neck, but as you earlier directed, Right Honorable Speaker, it is very important that when we raise these issues here on the floor of Parliament, the respective ministers should get in touch with honorable members of Parliament of that particular constituency when they are going on the ground. Because it's on the record that when we mention these matters, the ministers go on the ground without the knowledge of the member of Parliament of that constituency. You only see them on TV. And yet we are the ones who have raised matters of national importance on the floor of Parliament. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Minister.
Yes, leader of government business.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Bugisu sub-region where Honorable Nangori comes from is one of the areas we are critically looking at. And because of being an area which is disaster prone, what I'm going to do, Right Honorable, tomorrow, Honorable Nangori, please at 11, come, we meet with the Minister for Disaster Preparedness we ensure we address the issue and people get off your neck.
A member is saying that they don't see the people on their neck right now. I think that is use of language. Procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I see this is the rainy season and almost every member has issues in his or her constituency regarding the destruction caused by the rains. And even this afternoon, several members are raising issues regarding the destruction of roads, bridges. Could we maybe as Parliament have a mechanism and members of Parliament raise all these issues? Because even us who are seated here quiet, we have similar issues in our constituencies. And maybe we give them to the office of the Prime Minister, particularly the Minister responsible for disaster preparedness, and then he brings a comprehensive report on what is happening in the country. I'm sure even Omoro County could be having similar issues because rains are also there. So instead of raising them piecemeal, could we maybe have a central focus where all of us submit the destructions in our constituencies, and then we enable the Minister for Disaster Preparedness to bring a comprehensive report on how the situation is in the country. And if he requires more resources, then we have that discussion to fix all of these issues in our constituencies. That's the point of procedure.
You see, the real challenge is sometimes we can't wait for the compilation of all this and a report. Sometimes a report is not even necessary. What is required is action, immediate action. Immediate action is required on the ground. So now do you first wait, compile, and then give a statement to Parliament when there's no bridge in Chekwi, when the floods, parishes are washed away, banana plantation. How do you wait for compilation of this thing? These things that are raised under Rule 49, they're really of an urgent nature that requires immediate response. As for broken bridges and the compilation, that is up to the minister. But the ordinary people, when there's a disaster, the CAOs will have also done what they should do to submit to the office of the Prime Minister. Now, the members who raise these things, you see, the members of Parliament. And this is their place where they can air out there. We cannot deny them also the opportunity to use the time here and inform the rest of Parliament that a disaster has occurred in their place. I think let's try to see how to balance it. But the minister responsible, like the other time we had the one for environment, got a whole big list of stuff and things like that. The only thing you should do if there's an urgent matter, please come to the speaker and discuss it, and we see how you proceed with it. This business of showing up from here, I cannot see you on an urgent matter. You need to come and we discuss it, and then we proceed from there. That's what the rules say, Rule 49, for urgent matters. Can we now go on the other paper, please? Thank you.
Item 3, bills first reading. Item 3, Roman 1.
Right Honorable Speaker, today is my
microphone. Adjust the microphone, please.
Today is my maiden appearance. It's my privilege to address you for the first time. And I'm here on behalf of the other persons in Eastern Region, Gidudu Mafabi Dominic. And I'm not only alone, we are 5 older persons MPs. And we thank all those who made it possible for us to be here in Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm standing in for my Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Amongi Betty. my duty today is to lay before Parliament the National Social Security Fund Amendments Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, I am moving that and I'm laying it before Parliament. That is my first duty.
Okay, since it's your maiden appearance,
Yes.
for those who have done it many times, they would have done it differently.
Yes.
They would have said, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg that the bill entitled this be read for the first time. That's how they would have done it.
Yes. Thank you.
But
Mr.
since it is
Speaker.
your maiden, now I've given you what others used to do.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And that's why I told you I'm happy to address you tonight.
The National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill 2021.
Thank you.
Item 3, Roman 2.
But we have to deal with it, 1 o'clock. Honorable members, you know there's a background to this bill. The National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill, which is now 2021. There have been discussions in public about decisions that we made on guidance, how this matter should be handled. As you recall, this particular bill had come from government, had been processed, and had gone up to the president for assent. The president returned it to another parliament, and none of the provisions of the rules was followed, neither was the constitution followed. So a decision was taken that we reintroduce this matter and deal with them. But that does not remove the fact that the committee had exhaustively dealt with this matter and finished. And also the president had looked at it and made strict comment on 4 clauses. So when we send it back to the committee, what we expect from the committee, since the parliament had already looked at this thing, we urge the committee, is the chairperson of the committee on gender here? Yes, the honorable member for Chegegwa, we ask you to look mainly, of course, the report had already been adopted by the other parliament, the bill had been adopted, the president raised concerns. Those concerns from my reading of the current bill, what the president proposed, have already been incorporated in this bill. So what you're going to do is to help us, this bill is urgent, look at those proposals for change that have been reintroduced by sent back by the president, and see if you agree with the president or not, instead of going the whole way again, which will not help the process. So I'm giving you 10 days to come back to parliament, and we process this bill. The National Social Security Amendment Fund Bill 2021 stands referred to the Committee on Gender to handle within 10 days and report on how we proceed with this matter. Thank you. Next item.
Item 3, Roman 2.
Honorable Minister, Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay on table the bill entitled.
No, you beg to move that the bill entitled that be read for the first time.
Mr.
Is
Speaker,
it your
sir,
maiden speech also, Chief Whip?
in terms of moving bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2021 be laid on table for the first reading.
Be read the first
Be
time.
read for the-
Be read the first time. Okay.
The Fisheries and
Mr.
Aquaculture
Speaker,
Bill
sir.
2021.
There is also a certificate of financial implications.
Okay, could you lay both the bill and the honorable members that the records capture both the bill and the certificate of financial implications attached, and the stand referred to the Committee on Agriculture to handle expeditiously. This is a new bill. Let them proceed with it. Honorable Minister for Trade, is it trade? No. For gender, we did not see your certificate. Did you bring it? Certificate of financial implication. Oh, okay. They have it without the record.
Right Honorable Speaker, the certificate of financial implication was sent in writing and we didn't bring it here, but we can forward it again.
No, but the clerk has it.
Yes.
It was just not announced.
Thank you.
Okay, okay. So the records have captured the bill, the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill, and the certificate attached of financial implication stands referred as stated earlier. Next.
Item 3, Roman 3, the Landlord and Tenant Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament. I beg to move that the bill titled Landlord Tenant Bill 2021 be read for the first time. Honorable Speaker, I beg to also lay a certificate of financial implication. I beg to move, Right Honorable.
Thank you very much.
The Landlord and Tenants Bill 2021.
Let the records capture both this bill and the certificate of financial implication being a new bill. It should be handled within the rules, 45 days. Chair of Committee on Infrastructure is here. Huh? It's a return bill? This is the Landlord and Tenants is also a return bill. Okay.
Yes, it's also for the category of the first one.
Okay.
It was considered duly by the House and taken the President, and he just sent it back on 1 or 2 items, very small items.
Okay, then the referral is the same like the NSSF amendment bill. The Landlord and Tenant bill has also been returned to another parliament. And as I said earlier, the issues have already been captured in the bill itself. So deal with those specific issues, the committee of in charge of infrastructure, and I also give you 10 days to come back with this bill back to Parliament.
Item 3, Roman 4, the Fiscal Planners Legislation Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, I beg to lay the bill. I beg to move that the bill entitled the Fiscal Planners Bill 2021.
No, I thought there was registration.
Fiscal Planners Registration Bill 2021 be read for the first time.
Thank you. Is it accompanied by certificate?
The certificate of financial implication is attached.
Let the records capture the bill and the certificate. It's referred to the same committee on infrastructure. This being a new bill, you have 10 days to handle the other one, and then you have 45 days running consecutively to deal with this bill.
Item 3, Roman 5, the Supplementary Appropriation Number 2 Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister, Finance. Is number 2.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation Number 2, Supplementary Appropriation Bill Number 2 be read for the first time. The certificate of financial implication is hereby attached. I beg to list.
Let the records capture that and stand referred to our committee supplementary appropriation. Our committee on budget to handle expeditiously and advise the House how to proceed. We have a timeline on how to deal with this matter, so please act quickly so that we don't begin violating provisions of the Constitution the Public Finance Management Act and our own rules.
Item 3, Roman 6, the supplementary appropriation number 3, Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the supplementary appropriation bill number 3, 2021 be read for the first time and the certificate of financial implication is attached.
The supplementary appropriation number 3, Bill 2021.
Let the records capture the bill and the certificate. It stands referred to our Committee on Budget to handle expeditiously to fit within the timeline provided by the laws of this country. Next item.
Item 4, statement by Minister of Security.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament. This ministerial statement arises from a statement made by Honorable Chwanuka Abdallah, Member of Parliament for Mukono North and Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs on the implementation of the Intelligent Transport Monitoring System, ITMS. The following are the issues he raised. 1, the nature of the contract and its alleged non-adherence, sections 21 to 22 and sections 31, 33, 34 of the Public-Private Partnership Act 2015. Right Honorable Speaker, I should mention that the matters the Honorable Member of Parliament raised touch on the principle of sub judice because there is a court case going on over the same matter, but I have tried to give a statement without injuring that principle. Number 2, the issue number 2 he raised was the lack of an enabling legal framework for the implementation of the ITMS. Number 3, making owners of already registered vehicles incur the costs of replacement of license plates. Number 4, the alleged intrusion of right privacy contrary to Article 27 of the Constitution and violation of the Data Protection and Privacy Act. Then number 5, alleged abuse of the personnel by security officials. It is for the above that I make a response to the statement of the Shadow Minister of Internal Affairs to this August House. And honorable members, this statement has been forwarded to you on your iPads. Introduction. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to start by making a clarification on the statement that I disassociated myself from the project's due diligence flaws or the project for that matter. Right Honorable Speaker, the point I made is that the project was conceived by the government in 2018 during the reign of my predecessor, General El Tumwine. I was simply correcting the narrative that I personally handpicked joint stock company Global Security to undertake the project. Right Honorable Speaker and members,
honorable members, over the last number of years, Uganda has witnessed a series of shocking and gruesome crimes committed by criminals moving by motor vehicles and motorcycles. We were all shocked by those gruesome crimes, with the last attempt being on the life of Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, which unfortunately resulted in the death of his dear daughter and driver. However, in 2018, His Excellency the President directed relevant government agencies to beef up security in Uganda by establishing a smart tracking system for motor vehicles and motorcycles countrywide. The overall goal was to improve security and reduce crime committed against innocent Ugandans by rogues who had made it a habit of shooting our people and getting away, mainly on motorcycles. Consequently, on the 23rd of July 2021, the government of Uganda, represented by the Office of the President, Minister of Works and Transport on one hand, and Mrs. Joint Stock Company Global Security on the other, entered into an agreement to implement the Intelligent Transport Monitoring System. The specific objectives of the ITMS are: 1, crime management through detection, tracking, identification, and recognition of all vehicles and motorcycles operating in the country. Provide for additional benefits like improved revenue collection by URA, improved traffic management by Uganda Police Force, being able to track and apprehend traffic rule violators, and reduction or elimination of duplicate registrations of vehicles, motorcycles, as the case has been of late. The second issue was a detailed explanation for the issues raised by the Honorable Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the overall benefits of the ITMS are noble and extend beyond the aspirations of reducing crime. Regrettably, sections of the public and media have cast this project as one fashioned with objectionable outcomes, which I intend to explain to this august House. Right Honorable Speaker, this contract was executed under the public-private partnership arrangement. On the 18th of November 2019, His Excellency the President directed the Right Honorable Prime Minister to, inter alia, implement the ITMS as a classified procurement under the Ministry of Security. Pursuant to the above directive, a memorandum of understanding for carrying out a feasibility study on creating an ITMS was executed between the government of Uganda and Mrs. Joint Stock Company Global Security on 22nd of March 2019. Thereafter, a feasibility study was conducted and the contracting authority identified the public-private partnership as the suitable arrangement to engage with Mrs. Joint Stock Company Global Security. On the 23rd July 2021, a public-private partnership agreement was executed between the government of Uganda, represented by the Office of the President and the Ministry of Works Transport, with the Mrs. Joint Stock Company Global Security. Section 33 of the Act gives the option of a non-competitive bidding method called direct procurement. This method of procurement is a sole source procurement method used where circumstances do not allow the use of competition, especially where the subject is specialized, and in this case, even of a security nature. However, procurement of a private party under this method shall be approved by cabinet. Right Honorable Speaker, the agreement executed between the parties is a build, own, operate, and transfer type of agreement. It obliges the private party to finance, build, own, operate an infrastructure for a specified period and transfer the infrastructure to the contracting authority at the end of that period. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, procurement of security equipment is a sensitive and delicate matter which cannot be subjected to open competitive methods, public expression of interest as required under Section 31 of the PPP Act 2015. It should also be noted that the company we have engaged is an innovator, the owner of this particular system that we want to set up. As such, the contractor for ITMS was procured in line with Section 33 of the PPP Act 2015, which permits the sole sourcing procurement method where circumstances do not allow the use of competitive means. Section 33(3) of the PPP Act 2015 requires cabinet approval where a contractor has been procured directly. This requirement was met. Regarding a due diligence on the firm's capacity, the technical team committee visited the company in Moscow and tendered a report. On the basis of the said report, government entered into a memorandum of understanding to operationalize the ITMS and became the platform for further engagement of the firm. I wish to add that His Excellency the President was alive to the security concerns, which is why he directed that the project should be undertaken as a classified project. Nonetheless, we decided to inform the country of what we were doing to address the criminality that is being perpetuated using motor vehicles and motorcycles. Right Honorable Speaker and members, it is therefore not factual that the directive of His Excellency the President is unlawful. The direct procurement process is provided for in the law. The duty of the government officials is to comply with the directive of His Excellency the President in accordance with the law. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Shadow Minister of Internal Affairs informed this House that the traffic and road safety, vehicle registration, licensing, and third-party insurance regulations do not provide for installation of electronic tracking devices on the transportation equipment. It should be noted that Section 3A, G, and H of the Traffic and Road Safety Act 1988, as amended Act 2020, empowers the Chief Licensing Officer to issue motor vehicles with registration plates and cancel or suspend the registration of any vehicle for breach of this act. This means that the registration plates on vehicles and motorcycles are the property of the government of Uganda, which has a right to determine the features of the registration plates. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the government is alive to the fact that it must act within the law at all times. Accordingly, it is to give confidence to the honorable members that this system is going to be used in compliance with the law. The installation of this system is within the law as far as fighting crime is concerned. The Uganda Police Force is mandated under Article 212C of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda to prevent and detect crime, and the same provision is reproduced in Section 4 of the Police Act. Therefore, in performing their mandate under the law, the Uganda Police Force will only use the data collected when one is suspected by the police of having committed a crime. The apprehension that the police will know where one is if he or she has not committed a crime is without basis. The technology to be deployed, just like the CCTV cameras, is meant to equip and aid the police in performing its mandate under the law. Right Honorable Speaker, the agreement for the ITMS provides for the obligations of the government to adopt legislation necessary for the operation of the system. In that regard, the government shall make the necessary amendments to the Traffic and Road Safety Vehicle Registration, Licensing, and Third-Party Insurance Regulation for the operationalization of the system. Currently, the system is at the development stage. I assure this august House and the country that by the time the system comes into operation, it shall be implemented within the law. The Shadow Minister of Internal Affairs also raised a concern in this House about the public meeting the cost of the installation of the system. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, it is in the interest of all of us to fight crime and weed out criminals within our society to the extent possible. We should not lose the main focus of this system. Secondly, the device is going to be installed in the number plates and issued during vehicle and motorcycle registration. Citizens are going to be paying for the number plates the same way they are paying for them today, except that the cost of the number plates may be slightly higher than the current cost. The payment of the number plates shall be premised on a legal framework. Honorable members, the assurance I wish to give you is that the cost of the number plates shall not be exorbitant as alleged. Global Security is not going to charge the said costs arbitrarily. A technical team of government shall assess the cost of the plates before the actual figure is firmed and implemented. The honorable member also raised the concern of intrusion of privacy in violation of the right under the Article 27 of our Constitution and violation of the Data Protection and Privacy Act. Right Honorable Speaker, there has been a lot of debate that the system is going to intrude on people's privacy in violation of the Constitution. The government is alive to the right to privacy in the Constitution. However, Article 43 of the same Constitution provides that the enjoyment of the rights and freedoms should not prejudice the rights and freedoms of others and public interest. The government is aware that it is supposed to promote rights and freedoms, and that any limitation of the enjoyment of rights and freedoms must be what is acceptable and demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. Right Honorable Speaker, the question is whether ITMS is demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society under Article 43 of the Constitution. The Uganda Police Force is mandated under Article 2012C of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda to prevent and detect crime, and the same provision is reproduced in Section 4 of the Police Act. Therefore, in performing their mandate under the law, the Uganda Police Force will only use the data collected when one is suspected by police of having committed a crime. The technology to be deployed, just like the CCTV cameras, is meant to equip and aid the police in performing their mandate under the law. Additionally, the right to privacy is not one of the rights that are non-derogable. The non-derogable rights include: 1, freedom from torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. B, freedom from slavery and servitude. C, the right to fair hearing and fair hearing encapsulated in Article 28, and D, the right to an order of habeas corpus. Right Honorable Speaker, suffices to note that the rationale for the ITMS is to facilitate government through the Uganda Police Force to easily identify and track any motor vehicle or motorcycle that may be used by any person in the commission of a criminal offense, including traffic offenses prescribed under the Traffic and Road Safety Act. This is in public interest, acceptable, and demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society as prescribed in Article 43(2)(c) of the Constitution. The Intelligent Transport Monitoring System is only a tool deployed by government to facilitate the execution of the constitutional mandate of the Uganda Police Force in preventing and detecting crime in public interest as envisaged in Article 43 of the Constitution. Right Honorable Speaker, on data protection and privacy, the government is alive to this law. Personal data and information collected, processed, and stored through the Intelligent Transport Monitoring System shall be subject to the data protection principles provided for in the Data Protection and Privacy Act 2019 that clearly safeguards the privacy of the data subject and penalizes any violation against abuse of personal data and privacy. Further, provisions on the confidentiality is in the agreement between government and the Global Security Joint Stock Company. The agreement has a specific provision providing that the data collected, processed, and stored shall be subject to the data protection and privacy law. This applies to global security as well as data is supposed to be stored in Uganda. The penalties provided for in the law shall apply to this project in the same way it applies to any other data collected in Uganda, such as the telecommunications data. Access to the side data is regulated. Access to the side data is regulated by the law. The Right Honorable Speaker, the Shadow Minister of Internal Affairs is suspicious that the system is intended to curtail movement of opposition leaders and prevent dissenting opinions against government. I wish to categorically state that the suspicion is unwarranted because the system is purely to fight crime and has nothing to do with opposition leaders or supporters for that matter. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speakers and Honorable Members, the gruesome criminal acts that have happened in this country in recent times should bring us together as a country to fight criminality. I want to assure the House and the country that the primary objective of the government is to prevent its citizens and is to protect its citizens and their property. We cannot shy away from this responsibility. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for this statement. Honorable Minister, honorable members, this is not a typical statement on our Rule 52, where the minister would come voluntarily with a statement. This is a statement in response to a statement by the shadow minister for this sector. We'll find a way of dealing with it because we had a debate of 15 minutes or so under the rules when the shadow minister made the statement. Ordinarily, the statement of the minister should have attracted a 1-hour debate. But that's up to us because the rules don't say anything about it. Statement in response to a shadow minister's statement. We don't have any provision in the rules. It's not a typical policy statement from the minister. We can have interactions. Let's start. Debate without decision. I'll start, yes? Sadikasilo, Bujiri, that is, what is that one? That constituencies.
Thank you.
Chigulu, South. Our member for the Chiga. Then I have the honorable member for, it's a full debate? Can we limit the time then? Can we do 3 minutes and debate will take 1 hour? Yeah, that's what the rules say. 1 hour, 3 minutes each. Kasilo.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for working hard to secure that the lives of Ugandans are safe. With that in mind, Honorable Speaker, I just want to ask a few clarifications from the Minister. One, when you are reading on your statement, you did specify that this is a PPP for a period of time. You did not tell us the contract for how long. I need you to clarify because we read in the Pearl Times, first the PS of Works was saying it's a contract for 10 years, but the CEO of that company, Mr. Ivan, or was quoted to be saying, was Mr. Ivan Skraban was saying it's for 2 years, then it will be passed to the government of Uganda. I need you to clarify that. Two, why most of the killings that have taken place by these assassins, they have mainly been using motorcycles. Wouldn't it be right if we piloted this project on the motorcycles? Because these are the ones, maybe 90%, 95%, which has been used by the assassins. Three, what's the total cost of this contract? I think the Ugandans need to know. There were allegations which we also read in the Times, the Pearl Times newspaper, regarding the bankruptcy of this company. And that's why people were wary, because in that, this company was sued by a number of companies and they failed to pay. One of which the companies that sued this company we are contracting is JSC, Royal Silk, and the cost awarded was 19.9 million rubles. The stock trading company and the cost which were awarded was 1.2 million rubles. Tarade GS company sued and they were awarded 23 million rubles. This is the Russian money. The JSC ZVI also sued the same company. The stock company Global Security System was again sued by Raspron Technology, and they asked them to pay $220,000 US dollars. So these allegations have come, we can read about them, and they say that's why this company was declared bankrupt. So are we the company that is shrouded with the dollars? I think those are the issues that the Ugandans need to be clarified on. But otherwise, I support the lives and property of Uganda.
Your time was actually up. Thank you. When you were negotiating with the microphone. Jigulu, I mean,
No, Right Honorable. Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, I want to thank the Minister for the statement, first of all, in response to the statement by the Shadow Minister. However, I have a lot of concerns. One, Right Honorable, the Minister talks about choosing one company under direct procurement. Right Honorable, we are all aware that if you want to get value for money, even if you're doing direct procurement, you cannot get one company, Right Honorable. You have to get at least 4 or 5 companies to compare. There is no way you can handpick one company and you say, I'm doing direct procurement. How have you known the cost of the same item in other companies? Right Honorable. I think this is a mistake that we made from the very beginning. Honorable Minister, I would like you to clarify this to Ugandans and tell this parliament how you came up handpicked one company. The law provides, you can say the law provides, yes, but for Ugandans to get value for money, you must have compared the cost of the same items in other companies, at least 3 or 4, so that we get the real value for money. Because this time, Right Honorable, we are aiming at seeing that Ugandans get the most highest benefit from the little resources that we have in this country. Right on information, I take it. But I don't take my name.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Member, for yielding the floor. The information I wanted to provide is that my understanding is that government is not going to invest resources, but the minister will negotiate with the company to agree on how much this company is going to charge to recover the costs which they put in. So they will use their own money, and then on the license, they add some little fee, which we shall pay as we get our registration for our vehicles, and then the company will recover the money that way, but the government won't invest in resources.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Mariamos, for that information. Honorable Minister.
Actually, your time is up, Honorable Member.
Just 1 minute. Honorable Minister, even if it is that, as it may be, Ugandans are going to buy these number plates. We cannot just say we are locking them on one company without comparison. My issue is we should have compared to get value for money. There is no way you come up with one company. This company is having a lot of issues. Honorable Elijah has raised here. The company has been declared bankrupt one time, and we don't compare. Then we just go ahead and say that this is the company that is going to provide the number plates and that it is going to secure Ugandans.
Thank
Right,
you.
Honorable, this should be sorted out before we move ahead.
Thank you, Ruchiga. Then Chigulu South.
Yeah, thank you.
Ruchiga, Chigulu South.
Thank you, Right Honorable, for this opportunity. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the statement. I have a few concerns that I would like to lodge forward. Number one is about the payment for number plates by the people themselves. To me, I think whereas security is so paramount for us as Ugandans, it is also very important to understand that Ugandans are paying too much taxes. And everything is now taxation. And to add another problem, I call it a problem because it's a cost, it's an obligation. To add on them another obligation to pay for number plates for purposes of being tracked, I think that is not proper. Number two, after the contract was signed with the government of Uganda, there were some issues which Honorable Elijah, some of them he has highlighted. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, after understanding that there are issues with the company they had signed a contract with, what measures, what has the government done to look into those issues to ensure that any pertinent matters concerning that company are addressed? Also, Right Honorable Speaker, it is very important to understand that there are some assumptions which were made maybe when they were procuring this company. For example, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, how motor vehicles and motorcycles which are not Ugandan, maybe which are from South Sudan, from Rwanda, from Kenya, how will they be tracked? Are they also going to be buying the number plates whenever they are entering the country? That one needs to come out clearly. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an issue of where Honorable Christopher Jones has said the government is not going to pay for this system, but who is government? I thought government is people. Ugandans are going to pay. So when Ugandans are going to pay, it means the government is paying. And also, Right Honorable Speaker, it is important to understand that when there is an arrangement like this, as one of the honorable members has said, we need to get clarity, especially on how the procurement process was conducted, to ensure that there was competition.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I have to thank the Minister for bringing this response on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, we needed this information yesterday as members of Parliament. And I'm happy that finally we're on board, that the suspicion, the speculation that has been in the countryside, I think we will be able to somehow explain about this. Right Honorable Speaker, there's an adage in Usoga that if you have ever been hit by a snake, if you see a crawling rope, then you need to take caution and precaution. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2010, 2011, during the procurement of the first national ID system, we followed a similar procurement process or procedure of acquiring such sensitive equipment. Right Honorable Speaker, government lost a lot of money, and a company called Mulba or Mulba. Right Honorable Speaker, government had again to come back to this floor of Parliament to ask and get more resources to ensure the target, the intended purpose is achieved of having IDs given to Ugandans. Right Speaker, because the process was not clear,
And I remember my late elder brother, Honorable Chunda Kifejinja. This house was almost throwing him out because he failed to supervise and superintend over that same procurement. And this is a red flag that our minister should take interest into, that the cost vis-a-vis value for money, what Ugandans intend to achieve from this, needs to be addressed. Private Speaker, even first technologies about management. I remember recently when the contract expired, government took over, it took up the management and the issue of issuance of driving permits to Ugandans. But it had become a fleecing center, extortion center for Ugandans who wanted to get driving permits. And I feel if you're not very careful, this one will also suppress our people in one way or another. Right, Mr. Speaker, there are old vehicles and motorcycles already in the country. The minister is telling the House that the cost will be paid or will be met at the point of registration of these motorcycles and vehicles. What about the old vehicles and motorcycles that are already in the country? They are.
Thank you, Chiburu. So then I have Chibanda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the efforts that is being made to strengthen security in this country. However, we need to go back a few years when we talked about cameras as the magic bullet in fighting crime. We know that that has not helped solve the problem. And my question therefore is on, have you done an effectiveness assessment on this system? Because there are three potential gaps. The first is that, can this number plate be removed, placed on another vehicle and used to commit a crime? The second issue is about the time interval where this number plate will be able to be tracking. We know that most of these systems track every 4 hours. What happens in the interval between those 4 hours? We know that it takes less than 5 minutes to commit a crime. So have we ensured that this will be real time every second, or it is every hour? And lastly, is this system power driven? We know that most of these GPS systems depend on the battery of the vehicle. What happens when this battery is disconnected? In other words, are we going to have a foolproof system, or we are going to call it a magic bullet today, but tomorrow it will not even be the bronze bullet or the silver bullet we expect? Thank you.
Sorry, that was a member for Kole, Tororo District, Kajara, Rakai. Tororo District, you're forgotten your country. Should I be guided by the suggestions being made?
No, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you know the mask sometimes makes it difficult for some words to come out clearly. It sounded like in Toroko. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern, I've heard the President talking about this subject, about the vehicle tracking. But let us know that when people are determined to commit a crime, they will definitely devise other means of doing the same. Right Honorable Speaker, when we put the lights, the cameras on the roads, I thought this would help us in reducing some of these incidences. But Right Honorable Speaker, I have noticed that while we put in place the cameras, we did not invest in the human resources to sit and clearly look at what is going on our roads. I had the opportunity to travel to South Korea. And Right Honorable Speaker, what goes on there is that every 6 hours, there is a new team at the station, and if everyone is given a particular road or area to observe, and in a minute, if they see something strange, they call the security people who will be alert and immediately rush to that scene, whether it's a traffic offense or any other offense. However, here, Right Honorable Speaker, when the president talked of sacking the people who were manning that control room, I felt sorry for these police officers. You can't sit and be glued on these cameras the whole night, over 8 hours, and you think these people will be effective. People get tired, there is fatigue, and these are lessons that we need to pick. Right Honorable Speaker, importing a car in this country is already too expensive because of the taxes. I want to drive a V8 like you as Right Honorable Speaker. It may be cheap if I'm buying it from Japan, but the taxes bringing that car here are too high. And now we want, just half a minute. Now we want to add another cost to this. Right Honorable Speaker, I think government should bear the costs because it is your mandate to take care of the security of Ugandans. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Does Kajara?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the Minister for this statement. Of course, we've been waiting for so long. And you know, we represent people who have been confused about how this tracking will be conducted. Honorable Minister, I think you still have a very big job to do, though you think that bringing those tracking devices will help a lot. Because what I think is that the problem is not failure to track the vehicles. The problem is within the people who are committing those crimes. I want to know, Honorable Minister, how your ministry has invested in conducting research to discover why Ugandans are behaving like this. And you need to work with the other ministries to make sure that if you find a problem, you can work together to rectify it. Instead of spending a lot of money, of course, a lot of foreign exchange, we don't produce those devices here in Uganda, before we do research to cure the to fight the disease instead of fighting the symptoms. Secondly, Honorable Minister, I need to get clarification about the cost of the device. You said the cost will be low, but a low cost is relative. So how low is it, Honorable Minister, such that we can communicate to our voters? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm going this way, then I'll come this way. Let me finish here. I have now Rakai, Leantonde, Metiana South, Shema. Have I finished here? Yes, Rakai.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the Minister for the statement. It has a bit cleared the air out there. Ugandans were wondering about what has been happening with the presidential directive that started in 2018. You talk about the signing already being done, but when are the equipments being brought in the country? When is the process starting here in Uganda? Since you seemingly have told us that everything has been cleared. Two, it's about the cost. From your statement, there was a lot of money that went to the classified budget. So I'm wondering what that money procured. If, like the Honorable Minister, Chris Bariomunsi said, that we're not going to invest in any money, so what did that money do? And how much money was it? So that poses a big question to Ugandans who have heard this statement. Secondly, when you tell us that a small cost is going to be put on number plates, an increased cost, I am wondering if we go back to the old cars that already have number plates and the new ones that would be coming in, if it is going to be possible for Ugandans to go back and buy new number plates that they already have at an increased cost. I'm wondering if it is a small cost, can't you take it up in your classified expenditure and make sure that Ugandans also benefit in such a way? Because majorly it's not benefiting Ugandans alone. It is going to improve our tax base collection. It is going to improve or solve many problems as far as security is concerned. Secondly, if it is going to be enrolled in the entire country, let it be a fair play for every Ugandan, so that you do not have excuses of those that can afford and those that cannot afford. I think if it is a small cost like you stated, then government should take up that small cost. Ugandans are already spending on a lot to import cars, already paying the cost of number plates. So that small increment should be put in the classified expenditure if we want the system to work. Many people are commenting on the cameras, but I think cameras have done a great job. If you see the attacks that have been happening and how cameras have helped security to lead them on the clues and arrests of the rightful people that have been doing all these crimes, I give credit to cameras, and I think if this system is well handled, it will solve.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his statement, and I support the introduction of this ITMS because it will curb some crime. I'll give an example. Someone who was saying, Honorable Cooper was saying that they should first try with the motorcycles, but I don't agree with you, because even these motor vehicles are committing crime. Giving an example, in my district, just 2 weeks ago, my immediate neighbor was got on his way to work, and within 2 hours, he was already killed. They threw him somewhere, and thank God, those who are saying that the cameras are not working, they used the cameras in the Antonde to trace the vehicle, and they got these killers. And 2 incidences have happened. Just 3 months ago, the same thing happened. I think they're the same killers who got on someone also from Liantonde. I think it's a system they're using in Liantonde. They are not using borders, but they are using vehicles to strangle people and throw them on the roadside. So I think if this ITMS is introduced, maybe the crimes will reduce, and it is good for the government. So, but my worry is on the just accepting one company, this joint stock company, Global Security, to be the sole provider for this. I think would have brought in many companies to at least come in government, and we see which company to take on the contract. Then another issue is on the amount going to be charged. As everyone has said, I think let government take up this. As we pay for the number plates and the taxes, at least the government can do this to protect its citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe to correct the record, Tiana North constituency.
Mitiana North.
Yeah.
Segumire.
Segumire, yes.
Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the Honorable Minister for this report. Maybe I'd like to know from Honorable Minister of State of Security that has he established and compared the cost of this device in other countries? Because I have a fear that this company might take advantage and hike the price for the device. Thank you.
I'd already picked Shema. Then I go Agago, Butaleja, and Bobianima.
Thank you, Right Honorable, for this opportunity. I join my colleagues in thanking the Minister for this detailed explanation, which has cleared the air on most issues which were concerning so many people. However, I want to put it to the Minister that in this country of ours, most cars which are driven on our roads are not by choice. It's a necessity because government does not have enough transport for everyone. So most people buy ramshackled vehicles, buy old vehicles to be able to move from point to A to point B. And they pay with their meager funds and they pay taxes. I think for government to add an extra something on these vehicles is not fair to our people. I would wish to ask the minister to review this and help our people because people buy cars, take their children to school. There are no buses on Kampala Road, on Entebbe Road, on Ginger Road. So these vehicles are necessary and they pay deeply from their pockets. I also want to raise the fears of some members who think classified procurement, you go directly to one company. I think the minister in his wisdom or his officials went through so much to come to zero on this company. He doesn't have to tell us because it is classified. I have been there and I know what it is about. You don't wake up and choose one company. I'm sure they have gone through a vigorous and rigorous exercise of selecting the best company to procure this item from. Thank you. Right.
Agago. Proceed. Honorable.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement. The Right Honorable Speaker, there's a saying that once the rain beats you, you have to be very careful to go back and you have to be very careful to study the weather before the rain beats you again. We are alive in this country and we have seen several government projects which entered in the similar way. Of recent, there was a mandatory inspections of motor vehicles in this country. The people of Uganda invested in the company. They did a lot of many works on the road, such that vehicles has to be inspected. But until now, such kind of projects never help Uganda. There is this thing that maybe the minister have to help us here. This company, the ITMS, is supposed to be, it seemed to be a foreign company. Who introduced this company to Uganda? Who are the directors? Because in many situations, they come in that kind of color, then at the end, they run away or they deport Ugandans with a lot of money. And the worst scenario is people who are supposed to advise the president, they just go and make the president make a decision, then at the end give us a lot of ugly face in the face of the population. Especially if the things is changing to be very hard, then the thing will be twisted that it is classified information. It is classified sort of thing like that. To the extent that Ugandans are asking themselves, which are the things that we should put them under classified issues? Mr. Speaker, it is paramount to know how many vehicles do you have in this country? How many motorcycles do you have in this country now as we talk? And the border people, whoever you call them. Now to that matter, if an individual maybe owns like, because I know, like my senior brother, the minister, Ishwaro, has more than 2 vehicles. No, he told me last time. So, it's a trade of that nature. You see how many vehicles now, to the extent that if the minister is saying, he made it very clearly, members, that to provide additional revenue to URA. So it is, we should not hide. If it is about revenue, let us talk about, we need money. We need to collect money. But in a way, just like other colleagues are saying, there is beyond what we are thinking.
No, your time
that we need to go deeper.
Honorable,
so
your
that
time
we hit
is
the
up.
ball. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For the record, the ITMS is the project. is what is going to be installed. The company is what? Joint Stock Company Global Security. That is the company for purposes of the record.
Thank you. That's what I mean.
Thank you. So you can now go and search and do your Butaleja.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would also like to add my voice to thank the Minister of Security for the presentation. First of all, I have some concerns and also eventualities at the same time. The Ugandans out there, they welcome the installation. However, what's on their mind right now is the implementation of the program. We've not been doing very well in that aspect. And I believe we need to take lessons from the CCTVs and the national IDs, the gaps that we had. Already, apparently, there are issues already being raised, the costing, the procurement. I believe there are some issues that are meant to be made public and others are for government. But the concern is how are we going to implement this to make it more effective? So for instance, for me in Butaleja, how will a voter be able to afford that? Is it only going to be in the city or also in the countrywide? Because crime is all over the place, not only in the city setting. And the other issues, the regulation. How are we going to manage the monitoring? Won't other people misuse it for their own purposes? And also the issue of rights to privacy. How long are these tracking devices going to be installed on a border and a vehicle? Won't it cause also other issues and we end up having court cases? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Byanyima.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Me, I sympathize with Honorable Minister of Security because this is a done deal. You are just wasting these members' time, and I sympathize, Honorable Speaker. This is a young parliament, and I'm happy to be with part of this. Aren't we tired of doing fake things in this country? This is one of the fake things, I can tell you. Because you have already signed, there was no due diligence. You come to parliament at the tail end. I thought I was coming into this young parliament that is very serious to work. I am proud of it. But when you see you are bringing in fake things here, it is very embarrassing. Because already we have failed to manage this traffic, these motorcycles in town. The minister is here. It is a mess in town. Can't we copy and paste? People are appreciating these cameras. You go anywhere, these cameras, are they the same cameras? These ones are fake. They just give a fake, bad picture. What I want to do, Honorable Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, open a fresh page for this country. This is a country of young men and women. The moment you continue treating them to this extent, it is dangerous. People are poor because we are rich. Not because these members of parliament are rich. It's because it is among us that steal money and eventually these people can't live a good life. Absolutely. You can't continue treating Ugandans, giving them supper at lunchtime. This is what is coming. You remember Honorable Mwezi, the issue of UCB, you remember? Even the president went for due diligence, we'll end up in problems. We have not done any good deal. You remember, Right Honorable Speaker, I was with you here. We have done fake things in the eyes of Ugandans, and one day we shall pay for our sins. This should not continue. I was in this parliament for 15 years, but I was happy to come back to a parliament that is rejuvenated by young people and women that will take us to this. I sympathize with you, Honorable Mwezi, because you are dipping your clean hands into dirty waters. You would be caught up in it differently. So, Right Honorable Speaker, save us. Some of these things, they need to be researched on. We all move out of the country and we see what people do. Currently, there are gentlemen, some companies outside in Uganda here, who are cleaning these plate numbers properly. People don't go to buy Platinums.
Your time is up, sir. There is no time for information. I'll have, is that Shema also? I'll have Shema, then Kitgum, then Aivo. Okay, I see Kazo there.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the Minister for the statement. I would like to say that we are all concerned about security, and we are interested in solutions to the extent that we can support. But we have some comments. The first one, I want to challenge government. We have young people here in this country who have been doing IT for years. We have a national IT strategy. We are producing graduates every year, but we are fed on imported systems, starting from national ID, passports, driving permit. Each MDA has got systems. When shall we stop this hemorrhage? Why can't we innovate as a country and do some of the systems here? It's a challenge to government. The way we are trying to control the outflow on travel, on what? We can stop this if we have serious commitment to win ourselves off these imported systems. Secondly, Honorable Minister, I know that with my historical knowledge, we have so many vehicles here. When we abolished the annual licensing, many people have been transferring vehicles without actually transferring ownership. This is one of the challenges you are going to face. It is worse for border communities where you have borders and vehicles that come in on a temporary transit facility and they don't go back. How are we going to deal with this problem? Because I know, and I know some members of parliament may be here, you have bought a vehicle, but you have actually never transferred it into your name. How are we going to deal with those issues as we bring in this system? Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of the user fees, as the minister has said, this is going to be left to the company to decide. We must know that whatever user fees we are putting, it actually increases the cost of business. And therefore, we cannot leave it to the company to decide. Government should be able to negotiate what is affordable for the people, because actually, people have number plates now. Government is trying to strengthen security. It is the responsibility of government. It should not come at an extra unnecessary expense to the common wananchi. We want to support the initiative, but like members have said, such systems should have due diligence, but above all, government should look at innovators in this.
Thank you. Kitgum.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the intervention being made by government to address challenges of insecurity in this country. It is indeed very difficult to accept new interventions. They say change is always hard to accept. And when we ask these questions, we ask in good faith, and we want to see that as national leaders, we have fully analyzed what we are bringing to our people. The first question is it a good move? I would say yes, it's a good move. We need to be secure. But as we are doing that, there are things that we also need to tackle alongside bringing this device. And that is issue of naming these roads, naming the houses, so that we can connect between the cars and the direction where the car is going. I have seen of recent KCC has started that intervention, which is good. We need to spread it all over. Right Honorable Speaker, such an issue, the major question that any local Ugandan will ask is cost. We should just not sit here and say we are going to leave the cost to be on the company that will contract to determine. Will totally be exploited.
we must come up with our own cost as government, and that should be the basis to do negotiations. I will not agree with my honorable colleague who said it is a done deal. We wouldn't be here discussing. Something can still be done, and these loopholes we are pointing out must be addressed. Secondly, the issue of local content. This is for further procurement across all the ministries. Let's give chance to Ugandans who have capacity to come up with such innovations, who have capacity to support government. Let's consider the local content and Ugandan suppliers first. Number 3, Honorable Minister, for me, I will not go into asking the details of procurement. I know the biggest corruption chain is on procurement in this country. But I just want to say that we will be with the right honorable minister here. He's a Ugandan. Honorable Minister, just put your eyes on paper and follow up with these people, because we shall be the one.
Thank you. Ivo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Peter Geoffrey, Ivo East constituency. I want to thank the minister so much for trying to do a good job. We do appreciate his effort in securing the country. As we all know, the recent security challenges the country has faced, everybody agrees that there should be a solution. And this solution should be a practical solution. I've heard my colleagues speak nicely about the cameras. The country invested billions in cameras, and we're all aware in some parts it has done a good job. But for me, my story is not a good job. Arua Regional Referral Hospital lost an ambulance of 300 million in front of the cameras. The cameras are just installed in front of the hospital. Some people went there and they drove away the ambulance, and the cameras cannot help us to tell where this ambulance went. So the citizens on that part of the country are asking, did we spend well? Can we get returns on this investment? So as their representative, I am requesting the minister to give me assurance on the credibility and the reliability of this technology. I'm a graduate of information technology, and I would want to appreciate this technology if you can expound on it a little bit, because I am not sure if it is credible and reliable in the long run. Should we spend this money? Shall we be able to explain to citizens the worth of this money? Because the procurement bit, you have said it is classified. We're not going to debate so much about it. But this money we are putting there, is it worth? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We should draw this to a close. I have 2 motions and 4 responses to questions, which I intend to finish this day. And you sitting with me, I'll finally have Kazo Chaka. I will not come to you now, Honorable Tom Bright. So can he be the final one, please? And then we have 2 more motions. Those who have not debated this one will debate the motions.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the elaborate statements. But I also want to officially register my sympathies for the Honorable Minister for the scandal that is about to befall him, and he's my uncle, by the way. So I want to officially register my sympathy.
As a nephew or as a member of parliament?
But Honorable Speaker, there is everything wrong with the method we are using in acquiring this service. Honorable Speaker, if you talk about direct procurement, there are standards, exclusiveness, that there is no other provider to this service.
or it is an emergency you cannot wait. From 2018 to date, that cannot be an emergency. Now, the only test it passes is of a security nature, but the rest, it fails. Honorable Speaker, when you Google this company, on the basic Googling, what you will see is that it has issues to do with bankruptcy. Now, how do we really, as a whole country, can we stake our security? How do we solve a smaller problem with a bigger problem? Because if you are bringing a company already in question to solve our own security issues, why can't we, from 2018, Honorable Speaker, if we had embarked on training our own children here, the engineers who are floating on these streets, and just acquired the tools, and we put them in a place to manage this system, we would not have people stake our money. Honorable Speaker, the other day, I raised an issue, a matter of national importance about Lubowa Hospital. Someone in the same skin came and we gave them money for Lubowa. It has been in the foundation for the last 2 years, Honorable Speaker. Now it's a Russian, I think. Honorable Speaker, I really want to officially, if it's allowed in Parliament, to register my prayers for my uncle. He's headed for a bigger scandal in this project. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. If you are doing it as a nephew, you should have gone home. But if you are doing it as a member of Parliament, it's okay here. Honorable Minister, please, very, very briefly, we have overshot the time now.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank my honorable colleagues, friends, and relatives for taking great interest in this project, and also for their prayers and best wishes. But I would like to assure them, as I said in the statement, that this government is concerned about the security of the people and of their wealth, including their expenditure, therefore. Honorable Elijah Okupa was asking for how long this company will own the project and then transfer to government. And the answer is that it will not be more than 10 years because they are putting in their money. Government is not putting in a shilling, although someone thinks people's expenditure is government expenditure. So 10 years, the answer is 10 years. And he was suggesting that why don't we do a pilot scheme with borders only, and if it works well, then we can extend it to vehicles. But again, I have to repeat that the whole idea is to curb insecurity, to capture the criminals, and the criminals use both motorcycles and vehicles. So we have to start in both. Then he referred to the issue of bankruptcy, that this company was declared bankrupt. According to our information, that is not true. It was never declared bankrupt, but there was a bankruptcy case about it in the court. But as you know, bankruptcy sometimes is applied for by the very company, has something to do with taxes and so on and so forth. This is our information. But the most important thing is that if it was to be true, there are clauses in the agreement that protect government, it will not lose even a penny. It will be the company to lose because it's bringing in their money. And if it was found out to be bankrupt, then the government will terminate the agreement at no loss to government. Then Honorable Solomon was asking about procurement. And I would like to thank Honorable Chebaju, who worked in Ministry of Defense for many years and knows about classified procurement. It does not mean when you procure selectively or outsourcing just one company, it does not mean that you don't compare with other companies. You do, except that it's not public. You are not, it's open, not open bidding, but you definitely get so many, you can talk to them, then you choose the most suitable. The other question.
Honorable Minister, if you are going to adopt that procedure, I don't have the time because
Okay.
18 members contributed.
Okay. No,
I like
I'm
the
going to-
issues grouped and you deal with them.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, because some of the questions anyway, we are around the same. Maybe I'm going to answer them, answering the other point, because the other point was on cost, that, you know, how much is very little. In the statement, I said it won't be a lot. So people are asking how much. The answer is that this amount has not yet been decided. It will be decided by the project management team because we signed, as I told you in the other statement I made, I said we signed to allow this company to bring its equipment, but matters, details of how much they are going to pay, to charge, government is going to negotiate further, and the project management committee will decide.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. This is a very pertinent issue where we are talking about money which is not going to be paid by government, by the individuals from their pockets. And we are going to engage a contractor to bring equipment before we have even talked about what we are going to pay. You've just opened the gates of hell to the citizens. Is it in order for the minister and government to be reckless in handling matters that concern the public, the citizens of Uganda, by way of such statements? Is the minister in order, Honorable Speaker?
Honorable Member, final price determination, unless the government is going to agree to a price and subsidize, cannot be done before the matter is being set for the market. You have bought your suits, I don't know where they're from, but the only time you know the price is when you go to buy it. Because even the importer cannot determine from there that I'm going to charge Ugandans this amount of money, because the transportation will change, everything will start varying. In other words, the things that feed into the price determination is difficult. Look at our electricity regulatory authority setting up tariffs. They have issues, they have to consider this before they come to a final thing, and even consider government subsidies to help the people. So I don't think the minister was proceeding wrongly in saying they can't tell the price now because they're even still manufacturing. they're even still manufacturing whatever is going to be brought. So
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The other question was about the technology, whether it is fake or, but as I said in my statement, a team of scientists visited the company in Moscow and made a report to the president confirming the capability of this company. And this company owns the technology. Another member was saying that we give our local company, but this is not even an available technology in other developed countries. There are very few countries. So these people, this company owns the patent rights of the technology. And they have done it in some other places, and they are bringing it to Uganda. And another honorable member was talking about the human intelligence. Of course, this technology is not coming to replace human intelligence. They work together. They complement each other. And as you may have heard, recently, the cameras which are being criticized helped in the arrest of the criminals who murdered the chairman of NRM in Toroko. They were able to trace the people using cameras which captured the vehicle, number plates, and they found the vehicle. It had been hired for self-drive. The one who hired it gave it to another person, but all of them were arrested, and the CCTV helped. So another point I should make is I referred to regulation that we shall be coming back to you to amend some regulation, which means that the process is still going on by government, but also by parliament, because everything we are doing, we shall do it according to the law. And the parliament will be involved at every stage. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think I should summarize by saying that we have taken note of all the concerns of the honorable members, and we shall always come back here when it is necessary to make sure that whatever decision is made, we make it together. If it fails, it won't be my problem, it will be a problem of all of us. I rest my case.
thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members, can we proceed to the next item?
Item 5, laying of papers, list of accounting officers for financial year 2021-2022.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg you to lay the list of accounting officers for financial year 2021-2022. I beg you to lay.
Item 6.
Let the records capture that. That is the list of accounting officers for information of the House. Thank you very much.
Item 6, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to urgently come up with a custom-based recovery plan for private education schools to address the economic strain associated with COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, Honorable Member for Chankwanzi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, since this is my first time on the floor of Parliament, yes, I take this opportunity to congratulate you upon attaining that seat as the Speaker of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity still to convey my warm greetings from the people of Chankwanzi and to the House. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to urgently come up with a custom-based recovery plan for private education schools to address the economic strain associated with COVID-19 pandemic. Moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas in March 2020, Uganda, like the rest of the world, was struck by the first wave of COVID-19 pandemic, and government put in place various measures, including closure of schools and education institutions on 18 March 2020 to prevent and minimize the rate of transmission of the virus among the people. Aware that, Right Honorable Speaker, the schools remained closed till 15 October 2020 when the reopening started in a phased manner with candidate classes, tertiary and university finalists to enable them complete their studies. Right Honorable Speaker, further aware that before schools could fully reopen, Uganda entered the second wave of the pandemic early this year and arising from the country, recording a high number of COVID-19 cases. Schools were again closed effective on 7th June 2021 and remained closed to date. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, acknowledging that the prolonged closure of schools has not only disrupted continuity of education, but also has a spillover affected on the economic operations of private education subsector. Noting that, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the economic shock of the COVID-19 pandemic has placed private education schools and institutions under significant financial stress due to accumulated bank loans, which were acquired primarily to finance school-related developments and operations. Right Honorable Speaker, to date, the education-related debt burden is close to 2 trillion shillings, with increasing interest charged at a very high rate of 22% to 26%. Every single day, causing a great risk as banks run out of patience for these non-performing loans. And as a result, some schools are on the verge of being auctioned. Right Honorable Speaker, further concerned that the loss of revenue has adversely impacted on employment capacity in private education sector, with more than 3,500 teachers laid off and about 2,050 support staff remaining unemployed and therefore without income till now. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as at 2017, the private schools component in terms of enrollment at pre-primary, primary and secondary levels stood at 100%, 84%, and 77% respectively, with an overall average of 84 across the three levels. And teachers' employment at pre-primary, primary and secondary stood at 100%, 84%, and 77% respectively, giving an average of 87% contribution. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, private schools also contribute about 4% of the national GDP, shilling 200 billion in taxes every financial year, and approximately shilling 180 billion annually to the National Social Security Fund. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, appreciating the contribution made by private education schools and institutions in supplementing government efforts to provide education to citizens of Uganda and their economic contribution and social development of the young generation, now are therefore be it resolved by Parliament as follows. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers. Parliament urges government put in place a recovery plan, including revolving recovery fund at a low interest rate to cushion private education schools and institutions from the consequences of bank loan backlogs and support them into sustainable recovery in the medium term. 2. Second prayer, Parliament urges government to engage commercial banks to restructure the loans extended to private education schools and institutions to allow flexibility in repayment. My third prayer is, Parliament urges government to extend financial and logistic support to private education schools and institutions to facilitate them in acquiring appropriate SOPs like sanitizers, face masks for staff, supplementary face masks for learners, and hand washing equipment in preparation for reopening of schools. The fourth prayer, Parliament urges government to take over the ownership of private institutions or schools where the owners are constrained to have these facilities operational. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Agago, by Entebbe, by Aivo, by Maracha, by Nabila Tuk, and by, yes, the motion. Would you like to speak briefly to your motion? Because there's something I want to suggest about the motion. Honorable members, if you look at prayer number 4, urges government to take over. That means you don't just take over freely. There are implications financial. I don't know how that happens, but I'm already thinking of some situation that may arise in the course of discussing this motion. Yes, Honorable, would you like to justify your motion briefly, please? Very, very briefly, in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members for supporting the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the percentage of our schools in the country, private schools private schools have got 100% in nursery schools, 48% in primary schools, 77% in secondary schools, and 73% in tertiary education. These private schools have employed a lot of our people. Those teachers who come out from the PTCs and universities, most of them are employed by these private schools. The few are taken by Ministry of Education and district local governments. Education as an export earner, the existence of private schools or institutions has opened doors for citizens of our country from other countries to come and study and even teach our students in this country, thus increasing the export revenue from education contributed to the country. The growing of our local entrepreneurs. Education as a service has opened doors for many Ugandan investors to invest in our country, especially the private school owners. I therefore recommend that in an attempt to improve indigenous investors, we should support the existence of private institutions to stabilize the effects of COVID-19. Supply chain of agriculture. Private schools or institutions offer a big market to farmers in Uganda. This is got when you look at the big number of private institutions we have. It's automatic that even the intake of feeding from our agricultural products is big. Iggy beans and maize, which are fed by our students in those private schools. Right Honorable Speaker, looking at the future of our teenagers at stake, Uganda is reported to have one of the highest population in the world for the young people. National Bureau of Statistics estimates that 80% of Ugandans are below the age of 35 years, while 53% is below 15 years. Today I read somewhere where they were saying that protect and keep girls in schools to reduce teenage pregnancies during and after COVID-19 pandemic. There is no way we can protect this unless we support the existence of the private schools in our country. I therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, submit the motion. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think it's a very clear request of an existing situation that we all know about. Honorable Member for Igara East, it's the conduct of the motion. You'll do it in 4 minutes. And this time they have 2 seconders. I would allow the Honorable Member for Mityana North to use another 4 minutes after that. Honorable Mawanda, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, we all acknowledge the impact of COVID-19 pandemic has had on the education sector generally and specifically on the private schools as a result of the closure of schools. The private education subsector has been badly hit by the effects of the pandemic and calls for urgent intervention by government. Right Honourable Speaker and members, the private schools are grappling with various challenges, including one, the stretched closure of schools has caused severe operational challenges. They have totally run out of operating capital due to lack of revenue, while at the same time,
they are faced with escalating bank loans, standing maintaining costs, and lack of caution and recovery fund for reopening requirements. As a result, over the last 2 years, many private schools and institutions have found themselves in a dangerous dead corner, leading the sale of some schools, and some school structures have been turned into facilities for other businesses. Second, Right Honourable Speaker, many education institutions need and will need major refurbishment on reopening due to the redundancy, the reputation, and the cost will grow bigger as long as the closure continues. The number of professional teachers have opted and are continuing to opt out of the profession to initiate and run micro businesses and vow never to return the teaching profession. In fact, other teachers are shining away from teaching in private schools because of the uncertainties of job security. Yet, amidst these challenges, the private education subsector continues to play a significant role in complementing government in the provision of education and training to Ugandans. For example, private schools, especially at secondary level, normally admit all the learners after PLE and UCE that have not been absorbed by government-aided schools due to the admission cutoff points, thus supporting the government goal of higher education for all. Second, Right Honourable Speaker and members, when it comes to performance and quality of service, the private education subsector continues handsomely, as evidenced by the performance analysis in the national examinations, including PLE, USE, and UACE. Many private education institutions have produced top performing at all levels year after year. For instance, in the UCE results of 2020, it was reported in the local mass media that private education performance in terms of passes was over 95%. This is a tremendous value addition. Right Honourable Speaker and members, in conclusion, there is a need for government to urgently intervene and restore the collapsing private education schools by coming up with a custom-based recovery plan, including a revolving fund to resuscitate these schools to ensure continuity of education when schools reopen. Right Honourable Speaker and members, I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. Seconder of the motion, can I have the seconder, member for Mityana North, Honorable Chibedi Segumire.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, I raise second the motion on the following grounds, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, private schools play a big role in educating Ugandans and complementing government efforts of making sure that every Ugandan child attains from education. However, Right Honourable Speaker, the proprietors of private institutions have for long been depending on financial institutions and have been very modest and careful investors and have been servicing their loans promptly. However, Right Honourable Speaker, with the apparent lockdown of schools, they are bound to lose their schools, and as a result of failure to clear the outstanding loans. Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members, private schools constitute a very bigger percentage on education institutions in Uganda, and as such, the supplement on government efforts to educate the Ugandan child, and they should therefore be assisted out of the situation. Right Honourable Speaker, unemployment. Private school institutions have been key in provision of employment opportunities in Uganda, as you may be aware, private teachers are over 2,000. It is therefore urgent to make a recovery plan for the private schools in order to overcome unemployment that is likely to come up, Right Honourable Speaker. It is important to note that the government cannot recruit all those teachers into government institutions. Right Honourable Speaker, while government teachers remain earning a salary during COVID-19 lockdown of schools, and up to date, private school teachers we are only left to join petty business like making chapatis, laying bricks, among other things. This is unfortunate and regrettable for the teachers, and this has terribly lowered down their livelihood and their standards of living respectively. Lastly, like Honorable Speaker, when you look at the academic performance of every academic year, you realize that some private schools, institutions can even perform much better than public schools. Therefore, our institutions of learning, both public and private institutions, complement each other in the struggle to improve the quality and standards of education in Uganda. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for moving this motion and for the seconders who have given brilliant speeches in support of this fairly universal concern of members. Honorable members, there are so many things going on with this particular sector. I personally had a meeting in Gulu where I met the leaders of the Private Schools Association, and one of them is our own member here. I met her in that meeting. And so many things are happening with the Ministry of Education itself and the Ministry of Finance to try and find, because it's a real problem. It's a real problem. People are losing properties and things like that, and it's a serious situation. So a lot of people are involved in this, in trying to find a solution on how to handle the things that are affecting and people who have invested in these private schools. You'd be shocked to actually learn that they handle more than the government does in terms of training people from nursery, primary, secondary and tertiary, including university education. They handle over the percentage, I don't want to throw a figure, but I think they told me they had handling over 20 million children in their institutions. That figure needs to be verified, but that's what they stated. So if they are handling this number of children in this country, then the matter becomes serious if such group that are dealing with this category of children all of a sudden get paralyzed and their investments go in jeopardy. So it's a very involving debate, and my first instinct was to have this thing wider debated in terms of committee engaging with the institutions, engaging with the Ministry of Education, and engaging with all people concerned about this sector. That's what my initial instinct was. But looks like the other people also want to come directly to Parliament with their issues concerning the same thing. So I don't know whether it is the proper way to proceed. But do we want to debate this, or do we want a more comprehensive thing? If you want a debate, I will open the debate. I will have a debate. If you want a debate, we have a debate. Yes? We can't have both. Because if you are debating now, that means you procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The way we are proceeding these days, Right Honorable Speaker, is by designation. And you realize that a motion like this one may have an opportunity for debate only today. But there are so many members out there who may not have opportunity to air views here in the House. So in my view, it would be better, wouldn't it be procedural right that we refer this matter, like you have said, to the committee for thorough processing, so that they do so on behalf of the whole House. And then when a report is brought here, it will be taking care of all the interests. And then those years, at least because we are fairly represented in those committees and they work for the House. So in my view, wouldn't it be procedural right that we refer it to the committee? They process it thoroughly, including the motion here. It can be together put to the committee so that they look through and they bring a report, and then it will be debated. And I think out of that, the minister can prepare the appropriate response for this.
And that's what I proposed. But there seems to be other views.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have a contrary view. As you said, I think this problem, this big problem, is well known to everyone, to government, and like you met some people, I have met some people, the executive of the Private School Owners Association. We have communicated in the government, and the government, I'm sure, is working on it. So my view would be really not prolong it, taking it to committee. There is no one contesting anything. We know the problem as we are enumerated by the members. I think we could discuss it, have our views here, and work with the government to see how to resolve this matter. That's my view, right?
Honorable members, I am aware because I've been involved as Speaker. I am aware that the Ministry of Education, including the senior minister, is heavily involved in these processes of trying to help this association of owners of private schools. I'm also aware of what is going to the Ministry of Finance, the negotiations that are going on with the commercial banks to try and find a solution. I was also part of a meeting in Gulu, which I stated earlier, some big meeting of all the leaders of the private schools, the owners in this place. And the issues are involving. There is no disagreement, just like other sectors, that they have had issues and they need support. I mean, we have situations where our traders get problems in places. We try to look for money to try and help them. Now, this situation is afflicting the people invested in these private institutions to help to supplement the government efforts. And many of them, we know them personally. And they are really, real problem. So is there anybody who has objections to this motion? Is there anybody who has objections to this motion? Do we add on the prayers or? No, because there are other processes going on. We can deal with those processes when we come. Yes, so can we, is anybody disagreeing with this motion? Anybody disagreeing with the motion? One prayer which you want to add, which is an amendment to a motion. Honorable member would like to propose an amendment, yes?
It is not a proposing amendment, but I'm concerned about the specific prayer, which is talking about government taking over. So I don't know, maybe we should be able to receive guidance from you, because I see it as a very heavy prayer, which has a huge burden, which I thought we should be considerate about. I need your guidance.
So are you proposing a deletion of prayer 4?
I would propose so.
So why don't you do so?
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to move that we delete that specific prayer that is urging government to take over the private schools, because I'm already seeing the situation where we are, even the parliament is not operating at 100%. Budget cuts have been made at 40% across the board. Is it really realistic that we can talk about takeover of private schools? So I therefore move that we have this particular one deleted. I beg to move.
Yes, the move of the motion. The move of the motion. Where's the move of the motion? Yes, the proposal is that clause 4, prayer 4 should not form part of the resolution of parliament. But the member is satisfied with the 1, 2, 3. As it seems to be many other members. Yes. Prayer 4 is urges government to take over.
I meant where the owner of the school won't be able to manage in this period so that a government can come in and intervene and see how it can help all to take over as management, managing the school. As management.
It will be a matter
For some few years.
No, it will be a matter,
then
Honorable. It
the
will be
owner.
the Honorable member, it will be a matter of willing buyer, willing seller. You cannot.
We can delete it. We can
Okay,
remove
thank
and
you,
remain
thank
with
you,
the
thank
same.
you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Yes, Honorable Amos Lugolobi, Minister.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the view that we handle this matter here and sort it out from here. If there are any issues that we may add to the prayers, we could add them, but let's resolve it now because time is of essence. To push this motion to the committee, you could be talking about another.
Proceed.
You could be talking about another 2 months from now, by which time we shall be in Christmas season, and it may die a natural death. So I propose that we handle it here. If we agree with the prayers, we pick them, or which we may want to make some adjustments, we do those adjustments. May I be protected from Honorable Chero? Yeah, so Mr. Speaker, I think we can deal with this matter here and now. But I thought that I should provide some information in some areas. For example, prayer number 1 that talks about a revolving recovery fund. We already have in place an SME recovery fund. I'm talking about prayer number 1. We have an SME recovery fund, which is akin to the agricultural credit facility. We have provided as government 100 billion shillings, where participating banks would also be providing 100 billion shillings, a total of 200 billion shillings. I'm aware that private schools require in the region of 300 to 500 billion shillings to stabilize the situation. And so I thought that this recommendation could be adjusted to fit within that framework so that we don't talk about a separate revolving fund, but we could recommend that these private schools could be given special consideration within the framework of that fund. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, we've been through the central bank. The Ministry of Finance has been working with the central bank, Bank of Uganda, on a credit relief facility. The idea behind this facility is to restructure the loans to extend the repayment period. Now, this has been there. I think we have had about 3 tranches of such extension schemes because we are in a second lockdown, and each credit relief program lasts for about 6 months. Now we have so far almost had 3. And after the 3 tranches, the challenge is going to be that these dates become bad dates. And what that means is that if the owners cannot pay, then other measures can be taken by the lending institutions. So just today, I had a conversation with Stanbic Bank about this issue. The banks are equally concerned because they have a significant part of their resources in these schools. So they are equally concerned. And Stanbic Bank told me that they are making provisions where they would allow interest to take over interest, for this period for which schools have been closed, to write off, interest for that period, so that the schools would have to pay the applicable principal for that period. And we did agree with Stanbic Bank. The idea could be sold to the Bankers Association to see if this could be accommodated by other banks. So we have started on a process in that direction, and I thought that we should not lose track of that. Thirdly, the issue of teachers in private schools, the issue of the 20 billion shillings, which the president plagued to the private schools, to the private teachers, to the teachers in private schools. Now, the challenge has been the issue of, actually it has been with the teachers themselves. They have failed to organize themselves properly. Now, kindly listen to me. This is the problem, and we have put it in writing to them. Now, the Ministry of Education wrote to Ministry of Finance, communicating that there is a circle that has been established for the private teachers. As we are planning to release the money, to disburse the money to the circle, another group came up claiming that that circle being proposed by the ministry was fake. In fact, they proposed actually about 6 formations that form a certain umbrella circle. And they say that is the right one. Now we have written to the Ministry of Education to clarify. So these are some of the issues happening in the sector, and we think that we already engaged, and the entire sector is already embedded in the process. So I thought that we could conclude the discussion so that we continue, dealing with these issues.
Procedure.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. At the beginning, you made mention, you asked a question here whether we can debate the motion or refer it to the committee. The committee is one other areas where Parliament can have enough time to discuss matters. Whether you're a member of that committee or not, even the public can be given opportunity to come and sit in the committee to give in their views. The minister was trying to bring in matters according to what the flow was, that maybe we amend the prayers, or which the prayers that for us to amend it now, it will require some explanation. Mr. Speaker, would it not be procedural enough so that we give the Committee for Education some few days so that we get the opportunity to go and amend this thing from the committee? And also, it is going to be of advantage to this house because discussion which is taking place outside, that discussion is not involving Parliament. It is involving the technocrats and the people who are outside. But in this situation, Parliament will have a say because it is the country is saying schools have been in lockdown. Other countries, the schools are running. Why don't we bring maybe regional opening school? People from the West open there and the students study there, in the North like that. Now that the COVID is, in that way we can manage to catch up with the situation which we are in, rather than opening the whole thing to the whole country that come from Agago, study in Kampala, then when situation becomes so bad, you run to Agago with corona. Now, it is not procedural enough for us to refer this motion to the committee, and we get that opportunity and visit the committee and talk from there, rather than starting to debate almost, because we may have some issues here to bring forward. That need also debate again. Is it not procedural now?
Supplementary procedure, Right Honorable.
Honorable members, this issue involves the citizens of this country. There are investments that are now in jeopardy, arising from things that was not created by anybody in this country, COVID-19. They are suffering. They have made petitions. They have held meetings. People are trying to intervene to try and see that they are assisted. This motion, the way we are structured now, cannot be the way to process it to a proper decision. That is my opinion. What is so difficult with sending this thing to committee? Education makes a position, the Ministry of Education. Finance makes a position on the motion. Whoever private schools owners come and make a contribution. Teachers in private institutions come and make representations. It does not matter how long it will take for as long as we'll find a solution that is lasting. That was my sentiment. Because I have attended some of these meetings. Really. I am not in the habit of complicating rather straightforward things by things that sometimes are not properly well thought through. Okay? So I am not going to put the question. I will propose the question for debate once the matter comes back to Parliament. This motion is referred to the Committee of Education. Let us have that interaction, and the Committee of Education will kick off debate by making a report advising Parliament on what it should do. Next item.
Item 7.
Given that this matter is not of a normal nature, is the chairman of the Education Committee here? Chair, are members here? Vice Chair? Can I see the members who are here? Can we give you 10 days to come back and interact? 10 days? So that we come back. Okay. The Committee of Education is given 10 days to look through this motion, interact with people, enrich it, and come recommendation. We'll pass the resolution by this House, advising government on what we think as Parliament can be done in the meantime. Thank you. Next item.
Item 7. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to highlight the decline in ethical and moral values in the country and propose solutions for reversing the
proposers.
decline.
The proposers of the motion think they would be preferred to handle it another day, and the mover of the motion is not here anyway. Next item.
Item 8. Responses by Minister to questions raised. 8A. The construction of Kabale International Airport, Hoima.
And the honorable member who was moving the motion is actually here, only changed seat. So I thought he had to move. But I have a request from them that they want to prevent it another day. Thank you. Honorable Minister, remember that this matter had already been discussed and there are only points of clarification.
Mr. Speaker, when my colleague, the Honorable Fred Byamukama, Minister of State for Transport, came and made a statement on behalf of the ministry here, the honorable members raised some issues that needed clarification, particularly in regard to Kabale International Airport in Hoima and Entebbe International Airport. My team in the ministry, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, has prepared a detailed response. Mr. Speaker, what I have decided to do is to, one, upload the whole response for these honorable colleagues to read and internalize at their convenient time. What I will then do is to capture what I consider specifically salient. For example, the minister was asked to give, the minister should give a status report on the local content for Kabale International Airport. And the local content Mr. Speaker, what we want to say here is that the contractor has a total workforce, particularly of 929 employees. Of these 929, 915 are local employees, they are Ugandans. And then there is a breakdown of those who are female and those who are men. Overall, the project is in compliance with the loan agreement as well as the national requirement for local content and gender responsiveness. Mr. Speaker, Kabale International Airport, according to the question here, was allocated 3.19 square kilometers, which in the opinion of the Honorable colleague could have been adequate. Why do we need more land? Right, Honorable Speaker and members, the total requirement for the Kabale International Airport land is 5.14 square kilometers. The current phase one was allocated 3.19, and hence the need for the remaining land. I also want to draw the attention of the members to the fact that the ministry has made a request to Uganda National Oil Company, that is to allocate additional land to the airport project, and the request is being handled. Mr. Speaker, there was this question is, have you put into consideration issues of accessibility, particularly in most of our infrastructure programs for the people with disabilities? The design caters for access of the people of disabilities to the public areas and conforms to the international standards, Mr. Speaker. Did the ministry include construction of the access road to the master plan in the master plan of Kabale International Airport? Right, Honorable Speaker, the access road was included in the master plan for Kabale Airport. It could not, however, it could not be covered by the loan due to funding constraints. What we have done is Uganda National Roads Authority has been tasked to construct the road, since this leads to a very critical facility of ours. The other one is the government claims that they have fully compensated the persons affected, these PAPs is persons affected by the project. Right, Honorable Speaker, the question is some are complaining. The compensation of PAPs for the refinery is 99.7% complete from our records. And Mr. Speaker, in most of our projects, there will always be some residual challenges, but we're also studying those that are coming up so that we can see what can be done. The last one, I think the rest my member colleagues will study. What is the date of the contract for the, particularly for Entebbe? The commercial contract for the upgrade and expansion of Entebbe International Airport was signed on the 8th of October, 2014. There was one which I wanted, Mr. Speaker, which might interest some members here, including the presiding person here, the speaker himself. There was a promise that Gulu Airport will be developed into an international airport much before Kabale Airport was conceived. What happened? Honorable Speaker, the plan to upgrade Gulu to an international airport is still, and it is still alive. Gulu Airport is gazetted as an entry and exit airport in Uganda, and a master plan for its transformation into an international airport has been developed by the ministry. Acquisition of extra land required for the airport expansion has been completed, and the fencing of the newly acquired land has also been undertaken. Right, Honorable Speaker, according to the master plan study, the first phase of the development is estimated to cost us $55 million US. The ministry, my ministry, and the Civil Aviation Authority are currently sourcing for the requisite funding to put in place the required infrastructure for an international airport. I want to state here And now that that plan has not died, we are on course. However, Kabale Airport, on the other hand, was prioritized as a strategic special purpose vehicle for transportation of heavy equipment to support our oil industry in the Albertine region. That's how Kabale came before all the other considerations. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. That brings to an end the items 8A and B. Is it? Did you deal with Entebbe as well? Yes. So can we now go to the next one? Hello? We had a debate. This was a point of clarifications. We had a full debate on these matters. It was debated. Then the issue of, you remember when the minister said, well, some I can't deal with now, but I can deal with 4. Then I said, no, go and deal with all and then come back. That's the response now that has been given. There comes a point when you need to exhaust the procedure. The statement was made, issues of clarifications were raised after a debate. In the course of the debate, issues of clarifications were raised. The minister tried to respond to some of them, but he decided that since he could not respond to all of them, he might as well come with the responses on the point of clarification that had been raised. So there has to be a cut-off somewhere. Because if even on the clarification we want to start a debate, then we'll never end matters. So I would suggest that we receive these as the responses to the points of clarifications that arose from the debate on the statement, and then move on to the next item. And that's how we are going to proceed. May the members please resume their seats. Next item.
Item 8C, response on the imminent strike by textile dealers in Kampala due to the decision by Uganda Revenue Authority to use textile weight for taxation.
Honorable Minister. Proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I wish to provide an update on the immense strikes by the textile dealers in Kampala due to the decision by Uganda Revenue Authority to use textile weight for taxation. Honorable Speaker and members, during the 23rd sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, held on the 2nd September 2021, I was directed to meet the traders affected by the tax charges which were charged in US dollars for importation on textile and fabrics and garments, and report back to Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter was a bit hot, but the ministry took some action. Honorable Speaker, after receiving several petitions from textile and garment traders, our ministry held various meetings to understand, discuss, and propose a way forward on the concerns of the traders. These meetings involved the Textile Traders Associations, Kampala City Traders Associations, Kasita, Kampala Arcaders and Traders Associations, KATA, the Kampala Arcaders Advocate Forum, KAFO, United Arcaders Traders Entrepreneurs Association, UTEA, Uganda Attires Association, UTA, Uganda Tailors Association, UTA, and Integrated Tailors and Fashion Designers Association, and the Kampala New Generation Traders Association, among others. The traders had requests, Mr. Speaker, sir. Among the requests that they made were majorly two. Thus, the government stays application of specific tax of US dollars 3.5 per kilogram on imported garments and US dollars 3% per kilogram on imported fabrics. The second one was to reduce the ad valorem tax from the current 35% to 25% on both imported garments and fabrics. Mr. Speaker, sir, government did not sit, it took some action immediately. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, after receiving these requests, I, together with the ministry, forwarded the same to the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for consideration, because all the rights of taxation lie under the hands of Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Following our submission to the Minister of Finance, a meeting was immediately organized and chaired by the Honorable Minister of State for Planning and Economic Development, here seated with us, the Honorable Rugolovi, and in attendance were the local manufacturers from Nitil and fine spinners. Tailors associations were also present. Casita was present, UTEA, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, and other key stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Ministry of State for Planning, the Minister of State for Planning, updated the meeting on the steps and the offers that government had so far taken to address the traders' concerns. The offer government had given was that out of the 572 products, the tariff lines representing 91% of all categories of imported textile, fabrics and garments, only 35% import duty would apply. On the other hand, the 47 textile products tariff lines representing less than 10% of the all categories of textile fabrics and garments imports fell in the category of products that are locally produced and thus warranted protection. Now, according to the 47 products, the tariff lines government agree to a to the duty rate of 35% or US dollars 3 US dollars per kilo, which is higher for textile fabrics, and 35%, whichever of US dollars 3.5% per kilo, whichever is higher for garments. Now, this position had been communicated to URA on 4th August 2021. But right, Honorable Speaker, when this offer was communicated, the traders were uncomfortable, and it did not address their concerns, given the problem and the effects of COVID-19 and the lockdown, the long lockdown that we had undergone. They requested government to entirely remove the specific duty per kilo on all tariff lines. Mr. Speaker, sir, after a long interaction with the Minister of Finance and Minister of Trade, together with the stakeholders, we had to reach a final decision. And right, Honorable Speaker, government considered that traders' concerns and revised its, considered the traders' concerns and revised its earlier position on the remaining 47 products, tariff lines, and stayed the application of the specific duty rate of US dollars 3 and the US dollars 3.5 per kilo for fabrics and garments, especially the ad valorem tax applied to all the 572 tariff lines. This decision allows importers to clear all goods that are currently under shipment or in customs and to give reasonable time up to 31st December 2021 to traders to adjust their business decisions appropriately. So all the US dollars per kilo were waived off, and now the traders, beginning from that time, were free to go and pick their goods from the bonds. Now, the above decision has been communicated, and the traders who have rescinded their earlier decision to strike, have already rescinded their decision to strike, and some have started clearing, and they are very happy with the Ministry of Finance. They are happy with the Ministry of Trade. We are doing very well, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to move.
Thank you very much, honorable members. You remember how this matter came up? It was the member for Casilo who raised this matter, and traders were unhappy that how can they now start doing per kilo when per kilo of different things are not the same when open up in the market. It will be affecting people differently, and yet it will be a breach on one of the principles of taxation, and that's equity. So if you want to seek point of clarification, but I think the matter has been substantially resolved. But the question is, these provisions are normally contained in the laws. How did it come this time? Did they amend the law midterm without parliament? Or these are points we need to know. And then the period of up to 31st December. What about the period from 1st January to 30th of June? What happens?
Yeah,
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, the provision we have within the law talks about both the ad valorem rate and the specific duty rate. In other words, you are talking about an ad valorem rate of 35% of the value, or $3 per kilogram, or $3.5 per kilogram in the case of garments. Now, since it was this or the other, we proposed that we could stay the execution of the specific duty rate of $3 or $3.5 per kilogram. We stayed the execution of that since we have the option of 35%. Because it was causing a lot of instability among the traders. In fact, even entrepreneurs involved in adding value to fabric, manufacturing garment. So there was a real stalemate in the sector. We had a number of containers stuck under customs. So there was no movement at all. So we agreed to stay the execution of the other portion of the rates, and we took one that the traders felt more comfortable with. So we had options, and we said that, may I finish the submission to answer the speaker's question? Yeah, well, after that, the period specified, because we are looking at a situation when the law was passed, some of these guys had already placed their orders, some of the goods were in transit, and so we felt that the period given would enable them, to clear all the goods that were in that process. So after that period, there would be a review. We shall sit down together with them to see if we could sustain the idea of the 35%, or if we could move on the $3.5 per kilogram. It will be a review, And the outcome of that review will be presented to Parliament for guidance.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I have a concern. One, I have been thinking that it is the Parliament that has the preserve of varying taxes, including even the rates for cars that are coming into the country. For instance, I want to give an example. In this house, we took a decision not to allow cars of a certain make here to enter the country. You want to say now, it is possible for you to vary decisions that are taken by this house. Because right, Honorable Speaker, my concern is that it is this house that instituted the taxes. And I thought that the Minister of Finance are implementers. How come this matter was not brought to this house before decisions that you have taken? Because I thought you would have taken it to the level that we have done with this issue of education and referred this matter to the Committee on Finance.
Honorable member, is because this Parliament gave the ministry the option. That's what the minister say. You either do this or this with the rates included. That is the response.
Okay.
Please, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, are you finished? So then, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was looking at the understanding reached between the government, Minister of Trade and Industry, and the traders, with a view to say that you allowed a transition period up to December, and you really hinted on it, though the minister did not catch it. You'll be moving on two different tax policies in one financial year. What happens? Do we look neat, Honorable Minister of Finance? Because December 31st is only a half of the financial year. What happens to the next? Yet aware that one of the principles of taxation, there must be uniformity and certainty. But now you are leaving uniformity, certainty, consistency, economy, all those in balance. Are we having strategic partners in Ministry of Finance where you are now, or there is something happening differently? I thank you.
No, but Honorable Minister, I think there's a more technical point adding to what the members have said. If Parliament gives you options, and at the beginning of the financial year implementing that law, you choose one option to apply. Can you midterm change the option? Because you have already chosen that you wanted to go based on the value, and you started implementing it. Then midway say, no, now we want to go by kilo. That's why you're saying it's disruptive, because people are already used to this, and now you are telling them midway that, no, let's shift to this, and now there are issues. Now there is substantive question, therefore. We are doing the budget. You are bringing revenue bills again to this Parliament. Why would you break the financial year into two regimes? Wouldn't it be smarter to review as we review the tax laws leading to the next budget? So that you don't disrupt the market.
Right Honorable Speaker, we take the guidance, but the reason why we felt that we would need to meet again and review, because either side was raising issues. URA were raising concerns relating to the valuation of imports, that importers were under-declaring, grossly under-declaring what they were importing. And therefore, the application of the ad valorem rate would lead to a lot of loss of revenue to government. That was a concern. But at the same time, the importers themselves were also complaining that the application of the specific duty rate of $3 was untenable. It was making their imports very expensive, and therefore could not be, buyers could not afford them. So given these two scenarios, we thought that let's go for these few months, see how we progress on either side, and then we sit down to review. Actually, the review would help us, especially when it comes to planning for next financial year. We're already into the budget cycle and consultations have already begun. So that review is largely to inform our next strategy in this area.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Item 8D, response on the fluctuating vanilla and cotton prices.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. This is a short response to the get prices of cotton and vanilla. Right, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of cotton, the main growing areas of cotton are in the northeast, southeast of Lake Choga and Kasese area in the west. And in terms of production, we had an average of 150,000, 250,000 barrels annually. In 2020, production of cotton countrywide was affected by floods, leading to the low harvest of 80,000 to 100,000 barrels. The likely, and from our research, the causes of the price fluctuations were mainly four. The first one, that the cotton prices are set internationally. So when the prices of cotton on the world market go up, locally, they also go up, and the reverse is true. The second one were the extreme weather conditions like floods, drought that cause unexpected changes in the quality harvested. As a result, middlemen acted fast and bought off the little that farmers had got so as to benefit from the likely high prices due to the low harvest. And the third was the quality of the product. When the quality of cotton is good, it fetches high price. And when it's not good, it fetches low price on the market. And the last one was the outbreak of COVID, which brought a lot of complications in terms of movement, transportation of the product, since the majority of buyers are based in Kampala, hence causing price fluctuations. On vanilla, say something about vanilla prices, and then I'll inform the House what government is doing to rectify to help the farmers. Vanilla, Mr. Speaker, commercial growing of vanilla in Uganda is carried out in the districts of Mukono, Kayunga, Pigi, Ruwero, Buyukwe, among others. Most of Ugandan vanilla is exported to the United States and Europe. Vanilla is harvested twice a year, June and July, and then December to January. Available statistics indicate that Ugandan vanilla farmers produce 31.4 metric tons annually. Accordingly, farmers in the central region produce a variety of the crop for home consumption and market purposes, but there is high production of vanilla for marketing as compared to other crops. More than 85% of the population in the foothills of Wenzor Mountains depend on farming for a living. Vanilla is very lucrative business in Kasese, given its prices that have been steadily increasing over time. In January 2020, a kilogram of green bean vanilla had reached 300,000, but kept on falling and going up by a margin of 50,000. The farmers say some buyers have already intimated that the prices may drop further, with a kilogram of vanilla going for between 10,000 and 20,000, down from about 50,000 in 2020. And the causes for this has been that vanilla safety, which at times causes farmers to harvest immature crop, leading to poor quality
and hence low commodity prices. Marketing of vanilla is mostly done either through middlemen who exploit farmers. The impact of COVID also has affected vanilla like it has affected everything else in our life. What has government done to help the farmers? Government through the Ministry of Agriculture is implementing a training program to farmers on the production, marketing procedures, processes of agricultural products, since these agricultural products are frequently faced with price fluctuation. And also to ensure that once they produce products of quality, because it is quality that fetches prices, good prices on the international market. Government is also facilitating farmers to organize themselves into cooperatives so that they have a high bargaining power with the buyers and all other things that come along when people, and especially farmers, cooperate. Mr. Speaker, working with the Minister of Finance, we want to implement silos and other value addition facilities to help farmers, not only with cotton, but other crops, so that when the prices are low, at least people can store their goods until when prices stabilize, but also help farmers to produce quality goods, ensuring that is the right seedling planted in the right soil and post-harvesting is right. And finally, Mr. Speaker, exporters are being trained on export regulations and how they can competitively capture the foreign export markets, other than being outcompeted by large-scale commercial producers and exporters in other countries. So the issue of standards is what we are concentrating on to educate our farmers to say that in order for you to benefit from export markets, you need to have goods of standards. This is our response, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Clarification.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I take this opportunity to thank the Minister for bringing this response. Prime Minister, I need clarification from you about preparing our people, most especially those who are exporting vanilla, to produce the final products of vanilla. Because Uganda has got fertile soils, it has enough rain, 2 seasons in some areas, and some places really have rain throughout, like Fort Potro. So how are you preparing Ugandans to produce, to have the final products of vanilla? Secondly, you have informed this House that you are training the traders, the exporters through the Ministry of Agriculture. That is very good. But you are training only exporters. You are leaving behind the potential exporters. Because we appreciate that we have unemployment which is around 2.5% in the country. It has been going up. If you train the potential exporters, they produce enough, they export enough, and they will need employees. So the unemployment rate will go down. The same applies to if we produce the final products of vanilla here in Uganda. And lastly, if we can produce, if we can add on fine spinners, because it is only fine spinners and nitile which are using our cotton. So we could train other Ugandans to use cotton, because as far as I know, we don't have so many Ugandans who are using our cotton to produce any cloth. What is the meaning of that? As the population of Uganda increases, when the knowledge is static, in future, we are going to get problems, most especially in security problems. So Mr. Honorable Minister, can you really clarify about the production of final products and then the training of the potential exporters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, sitting in this house, you find a lot of contradictions. In an earlier statement, the Minister of Finance was advocating for dealing away with the ad valorem tax so that taxes can be imposed on garments and other textiles in a bid to promote our local textile industry. Now, when it came to the basic raw material for cotton and garments, the minister has told us that no, our prices are determined at the international market, meaning that government is helpless. They are not even intervening on helping the local farmer so that capacity can be built for us to have our local textile industry booming. And now on the other side, they say they are protecting that. So what a contradiction. How do you come to protect what you don't have? You are harassing traders. You are scrapping ad valorem tax. You are imposing $3 and $3.5 for the garments. Yet, at the same time, you are not taking deliberate efforts to ensure that you cultivate and you build synergies for the local textile industry. And then I would like to raise this to the Honorable Minister. Are you serious when you are lecturing to members of parliament and you think we have such a short memory? We cannot follow to find out that you are not being serious. On one hand, you are projecting interest in the country's sector, but on the other, your actions are contradicting the information I will take.
Thank you, my very big friend, Honorable Theodore. Honorable Speaker, the information I want to offer to my colleague is an example of the ATM in Mbale, that very huge factory which used to be the center of textiles. Every day when the ministers go to the east, they pass there. What happened? Did the government become blind that they cannot see? Because I thought that this would be the time for us to rejuvenate such factories so that we consume the locally produced cotton through the lint. What went wrong? Government, where are you?
Mr. Speaker, I witnessed the transformation of Uganda Coffee Marketing Board here, and the government encouraged the setting up of the textile under Kashiwada. And indeed, virgin girls were collected from across the country to work here under AGOA to promote the textile industry of our country. Yes, it was clear on this floor, it's on record. They were brought to do the tailoring and to help in the development of the textile industry. What happened? It died along the way. Our machines for coffee marketing board were all removed, and all that land was taken away under the guise of promoting our local textiles. You ask them now, how many companies are there operating? If you cannot protect those companies, the few that you have, and you leave them vulnerable to the international markets, are you serious about developing our local capacity, Mr. Speaker? I find it very contradictory on the part of government that you are preaching water and you take wine. You just say something that is convenient at that particular point in time, and you justify it. Information.
No.
Just something simple.
Yes, Honorable.
Something simple.
If you want to debate, you debate.
No, I
please.
don't want to debate. It's only
No.
debate.
No.
It's right, Honorable Speaker.
Please, his time is up.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, my name is Chizak Robert Moses.
Member of Parliament for Uganda and Individual. I first of all thank the Honorable Minister for the information and clarification about vanilla. I want to inform you, Honorable Minister, that Vundivugyo, among other areas, is good at producing vanilla. But the concern I'm raising is about the quality. The quality is being affected as a result of insecurity, and you have said it. Now my concern is, why is it that government is failing to provide security to the people so that the quality, because I'm seeing here, you have talked of fluctuation, but for me, I'm looking at it as abnormal fluctuation. You can imagine from, you mentioned 300,000 a kilo. I remember in Ivundibujo, in 2019 and 2020, a kilo was at 250. But currently, because of insecurity, because of too much theft, a kilo is at 500, 5,000 only. So why can't the government come in to provide security so that the quality of vanilla is maintained? I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Bianyima, you wanted to contribute in this matter?
Yeah, I was very concerned about, especially Honorable Bahati. A few months ago, he was the Minister of Finance. He knows on the big list of loans, there is a very big loan for Phoenix. Who are here. It went, where did it go? What benefit? You know, I want really Ugandans to be treated to well, like the way we want to be treated, or most of us. You know, it's good to open a fresh page. Kindly, time is up for us to be accountable. Phoenix, if Honorable Speaker, members went to Coffee Marketing Board and you went to Phoenix, what's happening there? It is terrible. It is terrible. I want to be an honorable minister. You are one of the members of parliament. You have added responsibility. Be honest enough. See that we put our money where we can benefit. We are making Uganda as a bottomless pit. We are not serious in some of these things. So, to me, I would want to know, but members should remember, Phoenix, it is a bottomless pit. And the other one, of course, Marketing Board. That's good building, by the way. It could even host a ministry. So, I thank you. I want to take note of that.
Thank you. I'll have Gago, and we are opening it up again.
Thank you.
Is that Jumani East, and then Honorable Mumuza, which is the area? Yes, briefly.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the minister was talking about the middleman, that the middlemen are exploiting and they don't have anything to say about it. In my area, people grow cotton, and it's one of the cash crops that they cannot run away from it. But their biggest challenge is the middleman. We have Cotton Development Authority. This house gives money to Cotton Development Authority. There's Cooperative Alliance, which is part of the government here. And to leave the middleman so that nobody can even check the determinations of the prices of those cotton and maybe vanilla, whatever. My interest about the cotton here. Can the Minister of Industry, this could be an area that you can promote industrializations at the very highest level. If these people who, you don't leave marketing in the hands of the middleman. Of course, middlemen, they are after profit. They can even come and deceive you, say that, you know, the prices international has dropped. And yet they are the ones setting the price, just like you say. that others go and odd out. They buy off from farmers, keep it somewhere, then eventually they go and sell it. Somebody should step in to check that area. Without that, our farmers will be exploited, and then that sector will not even grow. Some 3 years ago, farmers cultivated cotton. They could not sell because the prices were too bad. Others decided to leave it so that it can rot in the garden without harvesting and plucking it out. And they cry, why don't you help us? And you control the middleman. And when you come closer so that you can open doors and you do what is called contract farming, where you go do farming expecting the market to be there, the ways are closed. Let the linkages, the synergies be there between the industry, Cotton Development Authority, the Cooperative Alliance, bring them together, champion it, so that at the end, you protect these farmers with their cotton, and the industry will grow. Or give us money and we open the industry there and we do it. I thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker.
I'd already picked the member for Ajumani East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank the Minister for the report he has given. Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, there are a lot of challenges which our farmers are facing down there. And one of the challenges is price. Aware that, Honorable Speaker, as a country, we are exporting at a low cost, but importing materials at high cost after processions. And how can government bridge these two gaps now? How can we export at high cost so that even if we import at high cost, we shall have a gain in regards to that? My honorable colleague brought a good point here that why don't we encourage contract farming among the farmers? Why don't we encourage cooperatives which existed before for us to do with the cottons? Aware northern region do grow cottons in large scales, but the challenge we have now is if we have farmers to produce today, tomorrow you'll find the price goes down. At the end of the day, people will stop producing. And when they stop production, the price again goes high. Those are the few confusions we are getting on the ground, Honorable Speaker. We want our farmers to be helped. And it is this very house that can help our farmers by fixing good prices on our products. Therefore, we need some good reports from Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Finance, to see how subsidization of price can be done with our farmers. We have contract, we have subsidies, agricultural subsidies. We have banks of Uganda, bank that provide loans to our farmers. Why don't we equip them with such so that they're able to access funds and they're able to produce in large scale? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is that Chaka? Honorable Mumuza?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is Mumuza David, MP Manganos constituency. I thank the Minister for the report, but I have only two issues to add or to ask about. Number one is about we have left the farmers on their own. In my area, we grow some vanilla on a small scale, but I've never seen any technical person coming to check on the farmers. The Minister talks about farmers harvesting beans which are not ready, green beans which are not ready, and which spread the market. But the farmers are not trained, are not even guided, are not even know you grow your vanilla, harvest it, sell it the way you want, nobody to guide you. So the issue government should come up and bring technical people to mobilize farmers, educate them, help them on how to post-harvest handling, and even the other issue about the sieves. You grow your vanilla before it is even ready, the sieves will come and pick it and sell it. So when they sell it, eventually they are selling vanilla which is not ready. The second issue is about the market. We know that Madagascar is leading in the whole world, if I'm correct, to leading in the production of vanilla. Uganda is maybe somewhere there. So if we're not, vanilla is too much in Madagascar and is coming up, How can the government help our farmers to inform them, maybe to prepare for that one and look for more market? We have embassies in the whole world. We can use our embassies to promote this crop. We have the Export Promotion Board. How are they helping us, farmers, to look for more market? If maybe we are failing to sell in the UK, we can get another market in China or somewhere else. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are other crops which can be promoted. We heard about house avocado, the macadamia nuts, the cashew nuts. So if vanilla is now disturbing us, how can the government help us to promote other crops which have more value and maybe which can help us as farmers to get more money, and maybe we'll have some vanilla, have something else in terms of bad prices of vanilla, then we have an alternative. I thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. The comments of Honorable Seth are not on record. Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, in the short run, I'll answer in the context of short run 2 questions and just I make one comment. First is on the security. We are going to go into what you have proposed, working with the local leadership, RDC and DPC, and see whether security can be provided, though it's a very big challenge for our security to monitor all the gardens, but we will look into that. The second point is about training and extension services by the Ministry of Agriculture to give knowledge to our farmers, the right knowledge about what they should be growing, how they should grow it, and how they should market it. And the Ministry of Agriculture is working on this as we speak now. Actually, they are in Chankwanzi trying to come up with a strategy. This Parliament, as you recall, Mr. Speaker, we provided money for extension workers in agriculture, and we continue to support them in that area. In the medium and long run, the solution is industrialization, is to add value to our products. If, for example, we are processing vanilla, making cakes and other products, the prices will not be affected. And I want to propose, Mr. Speaker, that an appropriate time in the month of October, you'll give us time to come to this house with a comprehensive statement on how we are planning to industrialize our country. How are we going to handle the issue of cotton? How are we handling the issue of cocoa? How are we handling the issue of cassava? For example, Mr. Speaker, cassava alone, in terms of value, we are importing 80 million every year for starch that we use in our pharmaceuticals. When actually our cassava is grown and just wasted like this. We want to industrialize this country, and Mr. Speaker, give us an opportunity so that we can have an input from these members on how to industrialize our country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, the Honorable Minister gives the impression, Honorable Members, please. The Honorable Minister gives the impression that is the Speaker to allow him bring a statement. Honorable Minister, the day you have a statement, come and say, can I make this statement? But we cannot start making you promising that we give you, when it is within your right as a minister to bring a statement. Why are you doing it the other way around? How can I allow what I don't have?
Mr. Speaker, I was sending a signal that when we come in October, you'll give us sufficient time in the House to debate this statement. No, and I'm glad that the House is agreeable to that. Thank you.
Just prepare your statement and come to Parliament. Don't make us feel eager about a statement in October and then there is nothing. Honorable Sechku, please. Honorable members, usually in this month, at least for 3 weeks, we have a recess. And a proper announcement will be made tomorrow to this effect. I'm just alerting you that usually in this month we have a recess. We have received 6 bills today. We might receive more tomorrow. Some of them had already been handled before, and like I referred to the committees, giving them shorter periods that they can come back and advise the House how to proceed. and that related to the tenant, the landlord and tenant. Which laws was it? The Landlord and Tenant Bill 2021, correct? And also the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill, which we have given committees responsible only 10 days to come back. But like I said, usually in this month for about 3 weeks, we have a recess. So tomorrow there'll be communication advising with consultation, how we proceed in the next 2-3 weeks or the whole month, and we'll be guided accordingly. Honorable members, we have done very well. I thank you for sitting up to this time. I was adjourned to tomorrow, 2 o'clock.